Hello, happy Tuesday. We're back in Pi with our research rolling through still. It is still running, right? Yes. So last week, I probably spent most of the stream in YAFC trying to figure out what we need for upgraded tin processing because various parts of these steps, and now I can't find them. Here, this needs a bunch of MIBC. We need grease. We need a lot more oil and or bitumen products. So that is, I think, the goal today, as far as trying to figure out what we are doing. I think it's going to be that we're gonna make some decisions. We're gonna try to get out of the analysis paralysis, and we'll get probably bitumen. Although we could do oil, I don't know. And this is the thing, is I have to decide as far as our here. If I pick like low distillates and say craft, we should have our two options, which are bitumen or crude oil. Or bio oil, but I don't think we're reasonably there. I mean, maybe, but this looks hard to use. And certainly this is hard to use. So, not bio oil. So either bitumen or crude oil. As far as the things we need for tin processing, which is mostly low distillates, it's 50-50. Bitumen gives us a lot more residual mixture, which is ultimately just coke, and it's a lot of coke to deal with. And medium distillates from crude oil gives us more of everything else. So I'm inclined to go for crude oil, actually. I was thinking about doing oil sands and bitumen last time, but now that I'm really thinking about this, maybe we want to go for crude oil. And if we are going to do crude oil, then maybe we don't do bitumen. And this is what I wrote last time, was bitumen processing too. But maybe we don't. And if we flip to YAFC and look at it real quick, yeah, all of this residual mixture is just turning to a hilarious amount of coke. And I remember looking at this last time and thinking, how the heck do I get all this coke out of here? And maybe that's the sign that we shouldn't do this way at all. And if instead we bring in crude oil, the same amount, minus 600 a second, with this recipe, throw it to the top, we're getting out a lot more of what we need here, right? We do need to be able to handle either turning all of the stripped distillates into cumene or turning all of them into medium distillates into stripped distillates into cumene, or medium distillates into high distillates. We need both pathways to be reasonable, which is hard to do in YAFC and hard to show. But I mean, it's certainly a big build, right? And it's but it's a more manageable amount of coke out. We should also have heat generating here, right? We're going to have coal power plant running on coke. Yeah, it's just a couple of It's just a couple of power plants and just a little bit of coke per second, so that doesn't do a lot. These amounts for the, like, BTX, kerosene, grease, xylitol are kind of fudged. Really, I think initially we'll do one machine each for kerosene, grease, and xylitol, and then as much as we need for BTX, which really might just be 5 machines. And that should handle that part. And then we have other... Whoops, sorry, smacked my mic. I'm gesticulating wildly here. We have other, you know, BTX to other things around the base. We might have to scale those up, obviously. And then same with this, spits out a ton of naphtha. And if we're not going to do... what's this? This was a test sheet. Sorry, I got distracted. So this... Yeah, we're going to have to scale up our BTX handling, and if we're not doing bitumen from oil sands, if we're doing oil instead, then we're going to need to find a use for a bunch of this naphtha. Maybe to syngas and then to refined syngas, because we were talking about doing... and I don't have it here... But we were talking about, if we go back in game, check my to-do list, I have this, like, light oil plus refined syngas to petroleum gas step. So if we can take advantage of that, then that is cool. And that would mean turning naphtha to syngas and then syngas to refined syngas. The other question is there a way to reasonably make light oil from, look at this, from syngas? Okay. One of the things that I was saying last time was that if we're pulling light oil out of our tar processing, we might end up with messing up some of the other things, because normally light oil gets split here and becomes more aromatics. But if we are instead going to do light oil, like if we do naphtha to syngas and then syngas to light oil, and then olefins to something else. But this isn't such a terrible route to a bunch of light oil. And then, yeah, there's this. This is really a recycling recipe for the olefins. There's also this, which takes in water, refined syngas, and hydrogen. Oh, we don't have this one yet, and we might never get that one. Yeah, some outlet gas, stripped distillates and gasoline to light oil and residual oil. That's not... Light oil stage 3, huh? Oh, it's right here. I don't know if it's worth waiting for this to get, like, stripped distillates directly to light oil. That seems perhaps unlikely to be useful. All right, so I changed my mind about bitumen. I want to use light oil instead, because that coke output is way less problematic here than it was with bitumen. Our steam here, I need to swap all of this over. 250-degree steam from an electric boiler. That's a lot of electric boilers, but that's okay. Steam on this side gets cooled. And the water here gets voided. What else is going on with our inputs and our outputs? Yeah, lubricant to grease. That's fine. That's an input. Titanium tetrachloride everywhere. That's fine. Organic solvent is an input. What's that? That's part of the outlet gas processing step, which should be its own separate build. Turning outlet gas down into, yeah, refined syngas and flue gas. Maybe we don't need this initially. We are going to need refined syngas if we want to use that for petroleum gas. And if we check in here, we flipped through the options for this. And I was like, ooh, this recipe doesn't look terrible. But because you can also take the olefins and loop them back to more light oil, and it ends up being like CO2 in and refined syngas in, and everything else, and a little bit of light oil in. Yeah. Yeah, this generates like half of the light oil you need or something like that to run the loop. Light oil processing didn't look like it gave us... Yeah, there's no new obvious recipes for petroleum gas here. Oh, we do need this for cumene distillation, though. Okay. So we're gonna need this. Here, let's throw it before tin. We are gonna need this tech. So if we're waiting for this tech anyway, then like we do have the option to use the stripped distillates to light oil recipe if we need to make light oil out of this stuff. We also get this recipe, which is just like naphtha right to hydrogen, which is kind of cool. But yeah, getting cumene distillation for acetone is going to be huge for us, I think. Okay. So I think this is what I want to do. I think we want to do just a much bigger crude oil processing build, which will ultimately replace this one. The question is, do we want to try to upgrade this one? Or, I mean, probably it would mean tearing down a bunch of the buildings. And trying to use the same, like, outputs around. And then... Yeah, let's do that. Let's turn off our request for crude oil here. And then I do want to try to upgrade this one. What are we blocked on? We're blocked on condensates. Which pipe is that? This pipe. Condensates, condensates, condensates. This is an overflow valve, although I don't think they go anywhere else, so I'm not sure why that's set up as an overflow valve. And then condensates feed into BTX, which feeds up to... No. That's all outputs. Oh, I have cumene in my BTX pump. All right, there we go. That might get this whole system unblocked. Cool. So yeah, I think what I want to do is I want to let this try to run its crude oil out, which is going to be a lot that it has to try to drain. It only pulls like 100 a second. And we have 55,000. So that's actually, is that only like 10 minutes? Yeah, it's only like 10 minutes. That's not that bad. Although, oh, nope, we're blocked again. Oh, it is still condensates. Okay. Oh, this isn't an overflow valve. This is a top-up valve. Okay, that makes more sense. Yeah, it's gonna take a minute for the condensates loop to like avoid all the condensates here and catch up on this. Because we are just doing condensates to refined nat gas and then refined nat gas back down to condensates. All right, while we're waiting for that, is there anything that we need to do here? I think this outlet gas to refined syngas is ultimately a different process, so that can come off. We're not going to do that like as part of this build. We are going to have a little bit of a output for some of that, but that's fine. Let's get this shopping list. Oh, and the other thing I need to do potentially is clear fixed ingredient consumption there. Okay. That's an extra 16 light oil refineries to do the stripped distillates to cumene. And that is what we want to see. I just have to remember that when I copy and paste this in to add 16 to our oil refinery. Nope, not that one. Shopping list to blueprint to a requester chest. And this is where the new mall is going to work perfectly, and I'm so excited. We take this requester chest, and we drop it down here. And I add 16 to the number of light oil refineries that we want. And now the bots we should have a construction bot already dispatched. That's going to bring this down. There he is. Construction bot. And once that gets built, all of those requests will automatically feed into this system. And I'm going to have to add a bunch of those buildings to the allow list, I'm sure. So let's check that. Is that this one? That's this one. Yeah. So we're going to have to see what our requests are that can't be fulfilled and what we need to allow construction of in the mall once this thing gets built. In the meantime, I do want to like disassemble this. I'm just waiting for it to finish using up all of its oil. Yeah, these guys are just moving through condensates very slowly because this loop was backed up before. All right. While that's running, let's spend a little bit more time in YAFC here, and let's just make sure that we are... was that a tech that just finished? That was a tech that just finished. That was biofilm. We will... We're not there yet. Our tech is ahead of our build here. As far as the things that we need to get rid of, like condensates only go to refined natural gas, and I do this refined natural gas back to condensates loop to basically just turn it all into naphtha and BTX and tailings, which are all Hey, Ravager. It's going. I'm still contemplating petroleum, just like I was last week, but I just changed my mind. Last week I was going to do bitumen. I decided to switch to crude oil instead, and we're going to have to find the crude oil and get it mined, but there's way less of a coke byproduct here, and it's just way easier to deal with this way. And we get more of the things we want out of crude oil instead of doing oil sands to bitumen. I was just going through this trying to make sure that all of these things that we're outputting from oil processing are all kind of being made in the right way and are, we're not like, is there something more useful I can be doing with refined natural gas than just looping it to condensates to void it? And the answer is probably. Like, refined syngas is probably a worthwhile thing. Or maybe there's something useful with purified natural gas. I don't remember. But I think we want to build this full setup so that we can void all of the refined natural gas, and then if we need to, we can pull out from any of these steps, right? We can always switch to having overflow and top-up valves wherever we need them. Same here, right? We want to be able to make sure that we have a get rid of medium distillates path through the high distillates through to naphtha, where we have naphtha voids in the overall base. And then alternately, we can also make them into stripped distillates and stripped distillates into cumene or whatever else we might need. So I think this is good. I think I'm happy with this build. It's going to be a big build. We could probably switch to Mark II of some of the buildings, but this should do everything we need. It does mean if we're going to want to turn on more oil. Oh God. What about crude oil? No, that's only crude oil processing. What's the best way to do this? If I do this, will I find... That's the wrong oil, isn't it? Yes, here we go. Crude oil. Yeah, this only makes 140 a second, and I am building my new oil processing to 600 a second scale. So we are going to have to make more crude oil extraction. We're going to have to get a couple more oil derricks and find some bitumen seeps that we think we can hook up to. There's one right here. This one can get onto rails pretty easy. And then we should be able to make... small oil derrick versus... Yeah, we should be able to get the Mark II oil derrick. Plus the Mark II drilling fluid should give us like 4 times as much output from a single machine. So we'll want to go for this as well to get our oil processing fully up to speed. We are going to need a medium oil derrick. Is there anything in here that looks awful? I don't think so. All right. Cool. This is going to need us to put some things on the allow list, almost certainly. Electric boilers, gas refineries, and coal power plants and high pressure furnaces are not on the allow list. All right, let's... Oh, high pressure furnaces are. All right. Gas, refinery, coal power plants, and I already forgot what the other one was that I said I needed. Electric boilers are probably not on the allow list. A bunch of this other stuff also isn't on the allow list. It's just that stuff was migrated into storage from the old. Oh, nope, they are. Okay. Stuff was migrated into storage from the old system, so it's tar processing units and washers I think we need. We have no iron plates? I don't believe that. We have no iron plates. Wow. How much iron has this used at the new mall already? What's going on with iron? Where's iron? There's iron. I mean, it's running. Yep, we're just going to have to wait for more iron to be available. Wow. All right. Cool. And then these guys, yeah, also waiting on iron plates. Tar processing units and washers. I need to check if they're on the allow list. That's waiting for iron plates. That's waiting for pressure pumps. All right. Tar processing units. Washers. Yeah, okay. And those the system should get to those over time. Again, we need to wait for iron plates to happen, so that's going to be a slowdown. What are these waiting for? Electronics and gearboxes. Okay, yeah, and that's just the usual whatever's going on here. Look, shafts aren't running again. Did I figure out why antimony was blocked? I don't remember. Oh, that's right, it was Dow froth. Did I put this in my to-do list? I know that I went through this all and figured out what it was, but nope. I don't remember now. Ethylene glycol, which is blocked on... Oh, silver. Yeah. All right, there's nothing I can do about that immediately. Silver is just gonna be a problem until we get the new tech for it. We do want to make sure that our molten processing here isn't going to come with any other surprises. Lime is fine. Z3 reagent might be new, and also a bunch of oleochemicals, which I'm not thrilled about. Yeah, so the new lead processing, a little bit of soda ash regeneration solution, that's not awful. But the Z3 reagent, I think, is new. There we go, and it's in additives. Phosphorus acid, carbonyl sulfide, and methanol. These are all things that I have. The question is, do I have them in sufficient quantities for silver? And the answer is, who knows? All right, let's Let's do drilling fluid 2. Let's get drilling fluid 2 done. And I say that because we're gonna need, like I said, to set up a new crude oil mine. So while we're waiting for the auto mall to catch up on whatever it needs to catch up on, I think we can just do drilling fluid 2. Because it's really... Oh, this is super easy. Yeah, it's just one mixer. All right, we should be able to do that. Let's request a mixer. And if we head over here, hopefully, well, we'll see what the bots have that they can deliver to me. But if I'm lucky, we have a mixer available. We do. And a bunch of other stuff. This, Oh, and we still need to set this up. We need to get refined concrete happening somewhere. And then we can set up rail on the mall here. And that'll be nice. I did do power poles. Excellent. At least medium power poles, not large power poles yet. We have red belts available. Lots of red belts available. Yeah, we're out of complex circuits. That's not a surprise that those all got used up pretty quickly. Complex circuits are blocked on power resistors. Oh, tin plate. Yep. Which is what we're doing oil processing for. We're doing oil processing so we can do the upgraded tin plate build. All right, everything else, train stops and combinators are just waiting on, there's no currently available crafting systems because they're all being taken up by this project, so that's fine. Let's, where am I doing drilling fluid type 1? Right here. Why did I make 4 machines for this? That's way overkill. Yeah, it doesn't really matter where we do this. This is a pretty straightforward build. The reason that 4 machines is overkill for drilling fluid is because there's words is because there's no consistent demand for it. So like it just has to buffer once and then have enough to deliver to a single, a single delivery to turn on a new drill. So it doesn't have to be... doesn't have to be produced very quickly. What's this one? Navins, which I also didn't label. Anyway, let's find a spot to do drilling fluid 2, which really can be any place I can tuck it. It's a small build. It's only 2 stations, some stuff in and the drilling fluid out. So, any place good? I guess I could do it right here. Next to the Navins. There's not a lot of space there to do anything more useful with this, these couple of stations. So we may as well do it here. All right, fluid pickup. That's our actual drilling fluid out. And solid drop-off is all of the inputs. And, all right, we don't have our tanks. Are those in the allow list? No. Let's get all the pie tanks actually in the allow list. I mostly just use a few of them, but we may as well have them all allowed for the system. And then we probably also need the regular storage tank, because I think that's used to build some of the other ones. Air core inductors are something that we bring in, right? Yes. Yeah. So that's fine. Those will get brought up here eventually. And then iron plate, which is still going to be a limiting factor for a lot of these things. I am seeing some iron plates come through, which might mean we either got a batch of iron plate or molten iron here, or just some iron plates are being brought in from the disassembly up here, right? As stuff is brought in, there's almost certainly, yeah, there's iron plates that will make their way over. So as far as this goes, let's clear this out. What do we need to bring in? Sand, copper ore, and guar gum. All right. And all of that gets fed right into a mixer, making drilling fluid 2. The output of that comes right across here. Oh, look at that. And water input shouldn't be too bad. There's usually water around. And I'm about to be proven wrong there, aren't I? That'll work. Cool. That is pretty much done. We need a few more of these tanks. What I'm going to do is I'm going to turn off my personal roboport, and we're going to go up to the old mall. I have to make sure anytime I go anywhere near the old mall to turn my personal roboport off, or else my bots will start handling the deconstruction of the old mall, and I'll end up with a bunch of crap in my inventory that I don't want. But as long as I turn my roboport off, we should be able to get away with just, like, coming over here. And the bots are gonna bring us a few things. Interestingly, not the pie tanks, though. 0 on the way, 0 in logistics storage. Did they end up over here? Or are we just out of them? We might be fully out of them. That's always a possibility. Yeah, and this whole system is jammed up because it doesn't have iron plates. That is the problem with this versus what I was trying to do originally, is that this doesn't... Yeah, this wants pressure pumps. Pressure pumps need iron plates. Like, the system is... All of these are taken up by builds that want other things, right? Yeah, and we do get a few iron plates with with sort of each of these deliveries, but it's not a significant amount. You know, it's like one stack at a time, right? So we are going to have to just wait for molten iron to slowly catch up. Like, it's going. Yeah, 15 times 0.5. This should be exactly half a belt. These guys are 1.2 times 6? 7.2. Okay. This should all pretty much... Well, it's 7.2. It's not 7.5, but that's fine. This is probably slightly over. If we look at these guys, that makes 4 a second. Yeah. Wait. For a second. No, that's fine. 1.5 times 4 is just 6 items a second, so that all fits on half a belt. Oh, output full on Iron Pulp Stage 1. Because this guy's full on Unslimed Iron, which is... Oh! Well, that would be a problem. We're out of coke. All right. I might need to change this station to use orange inserters. Just so it can keep up with all of the demand for stuff that's fed into it. Because, yeah, this should already be requesting another train full of coke, and it is. All right, well, I still need Pytank 40 KLs, so what do I need to make those? Iron sticks and lead plates. Let's see what we can do about that. There should be some lead plates down here somewhere. And some iron plates that I could turn into iron sticks. Yeah. All right. It's not going to be that many, unfortunately, but it will, at least we can get this first build done. I'm going the wrong way. And then I actually want to take apart the old, oil processing build. I'm going to try to do it in the same... Yeah, we could do it in the same place. We have plenty of space vertically above it. But once this has used up all of its crude oil input, and it has, I want to start tearing down the various... all the intermediate processing steps, and this is just going to be left with, like, all of its train stations still, which are still going to be our inputs and outputs. But they will be... Oh. This could definitely, I think, be yellow inserters. All right, cool. So this will be able to slowly build up drilling fluid. Just one machine is pretty slow, but again, we don't need that much of it. Up here, where we're doing crude oil processing, let's just start tearing stuff down. All of this comes down. All of this comes down. Gasoline here is a weird pipe. Mean output. We're just we're trying to clean up as much of this as we can. And then when we rebuild this at a much larger scale, kind of everything's going to be in different places, and we want to make sure that we have things set up appropriately, so where we need the, like, overflow valves, they're going to exist and all of that stuff. So we're being... Can't do that one yet. Because this loop is still going. turning condensates down into a few things. Although, did I just take away? No. Trying to leave the pipes that still need to be left here. Oh, this needs... No, that's a steam out, not a steam in. That's fine. Yeah, this is coking gas oil. That can all be deleted. Low distillates to BTX can be gotten rid of. All of this here. The ash output as well, because we're going to change all of our heat processing paths. All that's going to get redone. This is not a thing anymore. Whoops, I unplugged water. Petroleum gas, that can go away. I could probably decide that this has, like, done enough processing and I'm not actually worried about voiding any of what's left, but let's just get water hooked up real quick. Because this is nearly done. All right, that is oil processing V1 gotten rid of. As soon as we're done up here. Which, again, I could just say I'm done and start deleting things. And it's quite tempting to do so. Let's just be done. It's fine. We're only voiding a little bit of stuff. Oil is infinite anyway. Or effectively infinite. Think that's everything picked up. Oh, nope, some stuff up here still. Now it's everything picked up. Okay. let's head back to the new mall, and I'm gonna actually throw all this stuff out of my inventory, including those iron plates. And we'll let the bots at the mall either deliver those to the requester chest or to storage, and they'll end up, like, you know, wherever we need the stuff from that chest. Because, yeah, if we check this chest... Yes, various things are on the way here. Some of which are going to be coming from me, and some of which are going to be coming from other places. All right, it is ad break o'clock. I'm going to go ahead and let the ad break run. I'm going to get myself a little bit of water, and we're going to let the bots clear out my trash slots. And then I think we can probably go ahead and start working on the oil build, the redone oil processing build at the higher scale, assuming we've got... assuming we get everything we need for it, and it does look like we're gonna get most of what we need for it. So I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for hanging out through the break. We are... Oh, hey, it looks like the bots decided they wanted to try to make... I mean, that's good, I think. Maybe. Some of these things I'm not sure if we're bringing into the mall yet. The mall still requires some micromanagement. I definitely need to make more crafting modules for it. That's very much a thing. And then I probably also need to... add more various inputs down here. Okay, we do bring in stone brick, though. That was the one that I wasn't sure about. It's just going to take a while for all this stuff to figure out. Like, I have no idea what was in here that it thought it needed to make. Why is this not setting up? There it goes. Something was weird there. I mean, it's fine, but... Or it seems fine now. Yeah, this wants more iron plates. This wants more iron... I mean, everything's going to want iron plates. We knew that. This is waiting on tar processing units and washers. And washers are probably also iron plates? Yeah. And then I'm not sure why this ended up... Or it did. Heat pipes should probably be on the... list of things we need to manufacture. I can do that in here, can't I? Yeah. Allow heat pipes. Not that that's going to affect any of this right now, because these are all occupied. Yeah, we are still missing... Really, we're just missing the gas refinery. Well, no. We're missing one more coal power plant. We're missing a bunch of electric boilers. And we're missing a bunch of the gas refineries. The gas well, the coal power plant, it's trying. But I don't think it's going to get the heat pipes. Because I don't think we have them here. Well, unless I dump them out of my inventory, but I don't have that many. Nope. I mean, we could do like that. Oh, nope. It automatically went back to my requests. What else can I get rid of that's sitting in my inventory? I'm sitting on a bunch of extra, like, pipes and undergrounds, but we're gonna need those later on anyway. I don't think I need wooden chests. We're doing such a big build that I don't want to get rid of a bunch of these extra logistics components because I know we're going to end up using them. So yeah, really, it's a matter of waiting for molten iron, which is, maybe doing fine. It at least seems like it is at least managing to maintain its running with its fuel right now. Before it was having issues. Up to 19K. Yeah, we're definitely going to have to upgrade our iron processing when we can. Iron Stage 3. Or just more of this iron stage, a bigger build. I think this is only scaled for 2... Yeah, we're scaled for 2 belts of iron ore in. And again, I'm not sure why this is all so backed up. I haven't, like, figured out... Obviously, it was backed up down here because we were running low on... We didn't have fuel. Oh, there we go. There was another gap in the fuel belt. So... Yeah, that is a limiting factor in this build right now, is getting the coke in to keep this system running. So iron might need a rebuild or a refactor. I can probably adjust this a little bit so that we can at least get, like, orange inserters here, bringing the coke in at this end. And that would help a little bit. But it probably needs coke to be, like, on a dedicated station. Which I could do. I could pull these 2 stations together into one with orange inserters. I built these before I had regular orange inserters, so, like, we can definitely do that here to get our 2 belts moving. And then I could change one of these to coke. And that might do what we needed to do as far as... keeping this saturated, because, yeah, we're out of coke again here. $160 stacks in storage, 30, 60. I mean, I could push this up. Make sure our train limit is set. Yeah, now this should be like, yeah, we'll send 2 trains of coke right away. And that might help, just having the request limit a little bit higher so that Cybersyn can dispatch an extra train. I'm willing to wait and see if that helps before I go and mess with it. Second one of those is on the way. So yeah, we're really just waiting for iron plates for our electric boilers and... gas refineries. But it's going to be probably a lot of iron plates, right? If we find gas refinery, total raw 400 iron plates, and I need like 30 of those. It's a lot of iron plates. And yes, we're not actually going to use all those total raw iron plates because that includes small parts and who knows what else. But, yeah, small parts, pipes, other things. Let's see if iron manages... to catch up on its coke demand or not. Borax train coming in. Really, we want to see like another coke train get dispatched. I don't see why it shouldn't dispatch another coke train right away with how much is requested here. Unless we're actually like running out of coke. We're kind of running out of coke. Oh boy, okay. Well, our new oil processing at least is going to be able to spit out like a little over a belt of coke, so that's cool. But until then, all right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this stuff that we have, and actually let's give this a group. We'll call it oil processing. Oh no, that was wrong. That was very wrong. Shoot. There we go. Let the bots figure out what they need to bring back down here. Apparently we already had a group called oil processing, and that was bad. So let's rename this. Let's do this again. Oil processing. There we go. Now if I take this apart and then add the oil processing group to my setup, the bots should bring me all of these things. Let me just get up to the storage area, because that's where they're going to be coming from. Because they won't redirect mid-flight, right? They'll get up to, like... let's get rid of the offshore pump. We don't need spares of those. Yeah, everything else they should try to bring me. And it should be everything except the boilers and the gas refineries. They should be able to bring me. Yeah. And I think some of the stuff that was in that got picked up by the bots shuffling around is like still making its way up to storage. So that's why we're waiting for some of these things to actually appear as being in the logistics network and get assigned and delivered to me. And that's why all of this stuff shuffled around and changed jobs, because some things appeared and then disappeared from the requests list. Yeah, probably the requests for these briefly went away and then they came back, so everything's being moved around. The bots are just moving, shuffling deck chairs on the Titanic, really, is what it is. But okay, we now have all of these requests in our inventory. And what I can now say is, like, we got 13 of these. We're going to want... Well, we'll do it when we come back. But we'll be able to change our request amounts for what we Actually, let's be smart about this. Let's drop a buffer chest. And this buffer chest is going to want... no, not light oil refineries. These ones. What are you? Gas refineries. It's going to want 23 of those? Yeah, 23 more of those and 20 more electric boilers. All right. Now I should be able to just get rid of this from me, and the bots will figure out over time that they'll fill up that buffer chest whenever they get the iron plates available to do the rest of those builds. And once I'm out of Logi range, everything is still being made? Yes. Again, some things changed positions, and I'm not sure why, but whatever. As long as the system is doing stuff, it's fine. And then back up at crude oil processing, we basically are starting from the beginning. We're going to run through... Actually, let me delete the old crude oil processing page, and we're going to rename this one. There we go. Let the bots clean up some of this. But yeah, without all of the, you know, boilers, etc., we're going to have some... It's not going to run full speed initially, but that's okay. Medium distillates is our main input. Guess crude oil in from the... I hate these so much. I say this every time I have to deal with them, but like... Whoever designed the inputs and outputs of the DDC is like the worst kind of masochist. Sorry, I just realized I was on the wrong view. Like, look at this. This is awful. We'll do steam, and there's the low distillates. And those go there. And then the other side is here. Low distillates and whatever that is. We've got crude oil. We've got this. Okay. High distillates here. That reaches... Oh, but these ones won't quite, will they? Yeah, let's... These guys... Where we're going to have longer pipes to connect them. Let's use these. All right. And I think everything else we can get away with. Let's see. We don't have crude oil on this side. We're bringing it in the other side. So we're okay here. Yeah, that just barely reaches. But then this... Like that is fine. The steam needs to come out. Same deal. The We're going to also do that so everything is ready to connect at the other side. I think that's good. I mean, why not? And that just leaves this one. All right, let's make sure that everything has a pipe on the bottom. Pipes on the bottom, 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 bottom. And on the top. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes. Okay. So we need a total of 20 DDCs. There's 4 here. Eight, 12, 16, 20. That's a big build. I knew this was going to be a big build, but boy, I did not appreciate how big of a big build it actually is. Next question. Is going to be figuring out where to put all right, this works. I don't love it, but one, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. So the crude oil input needs to come from here. Really, I should have done maybe more of these in this pipe type. I'm going to redo this. I hate to redo it, but it's going to be easier. I don't necessarily need the pipe weaving, and it'll be cleaner if I do everything with the niobium pipes. So we're just going to redo it. I care less about the pipe weaving than I do about long pipe runs. And everything in this build is going to have long pipe runs because it's just, there's so much, it's such a big build. So, once again, find crude oil in. And like we could just start it right there even. We're going to have steam in the medium distillates. And then high distillates. On this side, we're going to have condensates. And then here, we're going to have a few more things. Steam. Here. And then... low distillates. There. Then on this side, we've got whatever this is, residual mixture. And medium distillates, yeah. All right. I think that's what we want. 1, 2... Oop. That goes there. I think the other thing about this is that we can put the power poles in a nicer place, too. Yes. All right, let's make sure we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 total things. 3 on this side, 2 on this side. So, no. We've got inputs, we've got the crude oil, and we've got steam, right? This one is steam. This is crude oil. Yep. We've got high distillates, medium distillates, low distillates, condensates. No, we do have everything. We've got 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2, 3, 4. I just can't count. All right. So yeah, this then is going to come in here. And this is going to be our whole first stage. And yeah, I'm going to need a lot more niobium pipes for this to work. If we're going to do niobium pipes for everything, that's going to be super duper fun. Let's, in that case, make some changes. We want like 5 stacks of those and... Sorry, that's 10 stacks of those. And I mean, probably like double those ones as well. And then in that case, we actually can get rid of a bunch of the pipes to ground and regular pipes if we're not using them, if we're using niobium pipes all over this build. Let's, we don't have niobium stuff being made automatically, though, and maybe we should do that. Because I think our... Yeah, I mean, the bots will be able to grab some of these, but we don't make them in large quantities. And I don't see why we couldn't just make them in large quantities, assuming we have niobium in any reasonable quantity. That's iron niobium alloy. We might not be bringing niobium in yet. That's entirely possible. But if we wanted to bring in niobium, like just plates, and get it on the bus, I could set up niobium pipes and niobium undergrounds, like, directly, so that we always have lots of them available. I mean, it does look like we eventually get a casting recipe for those, but that's pretty far down the line. Yeah, I'm not seeing any improvements to niobium processing anywhere. So I think we should just do that. Let's get niobium brought in, and we'll get it hooked up. Let me quickly just search. Make sure we're not already bringing this in down here somewhere. Buffer deposit, 1.4 kilo. Oh. Okay, we are bringing it in, but not onto belts. So that'll feed, yeah, this. Yeah, let's not do that, though. Let's actually get niobium pipes out of that system. And I think I have to do this by hand. Is this the one? Yeah, there we go. And now we can get niobium out of here. And set up a standard drop-off here. And we'll get niobium onto the belt. Onto the bus. There we go. And then which of these are like decent ones to copy from? I guess here is fine. Niobium pipe. Right next to that. Niobium pipe to ground. And that's getting to be outside of construction range, so we're going to need to expand this over. Here we go. Niobium coming in. Oop, missed a belt. Lots of funky train stuff once again. Not so much trains today, finished Polar Bear. Sorry, I just saw that message. I'm working on... Well, I was working on oil processing, which just turned into me deciding that I want to scale up niobium pipe production because oil processing is a big build. And, I need more niobium pipes for it. Ooh, if we're out of complex circuits, that's fine. This will still work for delivering niobium plate to the rail mall, to the bus part of the mall, where we're scaling up niobium pipe build. And then whenever we finally get iron plates and red chips, this will get built and it'll end up down here and the buffer chest part will work. That's fine. Other than not having niobium pipes right now, well, I have a few. I think it's time. There we go. Niobium pipes are now my default pipes. Should have done that a long time ago. Let's see if we even got enough to hook up this system the rest of the way. Probably not. Well, maybe. No. Well, actually, if we get rid of the ones we don't need at the ends... Yes. The system is hooked up. Barely. So these guys need their crude oil in, and we can do that here. We can start requesting crude oil again. And they also need a steam input, and we are going to need a lot more electric boilers. That should be 28. That is 28. The output from that comes right to here. And the input to that is, how much water does that use? 1.7 thousand a second. How much water does one pump make? 1,200. All right, that's what I thought. 2 pumps. And actually, this could be normal pipes. That will be all of the steam production that this system is going to need. Power. All right, that is the first stage done. Next up, we are going to have condensates to refined natural gas, then refined natural gas back into condensates. Condensates to refined natural gas is 30 gas refineries, which I don't know if we have all of. No, we have 14 gas refineries. And let's just leave plenty of room. We have the long pipes. We're using long pipes, so there's not a lot of reason to... Not a lot of reason to screw around with having short... or with squishing things together. Like, we can leave space to route pipes, to deal with overflows, etc. Space is cheap. Exactly. Sometimes it can be fun to take time and figure out a really compact build, but especially with, like, oil processing that I know I'm going to have to change later. Like, we're going to have to route some of these products to different places. We're going to have to change what we're doing and how we're processing things. So I don't want to get too fancy trying to be compact with this. Oh, that doesn't quite reach. Of course it doesn't reach. Why would it reach? Does it reach here, though? It does reach here. Okay. Six. 12. 18. 24. 30. Oh, jeez. All right, so we still need 16 of those. And I should have a buffer chest in here that's requesting some of this stuff. It says 23 gas refineries more. Sure. I believe that, because I think we use them in another step as well. Yes, we have another, like, 6 in another step. Oh. I need to fix some things here. I always forget to do this when I copy and paste these. I really should make this a blueprint so that it'll do the right thing. All right, and those stack to 50, 500, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 is the number that we want. Same with these, right? They stack to... No, these stack to 100, so that could be 6K. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. Half full is fine. We're going to use all of our niobium, but that's okay. I don't mind. That's what it's there for. It's there to be used. This needs to get hooked across, like, I don't know, here, there. I don't love that, but it's fine. Then here we've got BTX. BTX is an output of this system and needs to be routed down here. So we can take that, I think, I don't know, down here somewhere. It doesn't really matter at this point. I intentionally left lots of space between these and their stations so that we have plenty of room to send sort of pipes through this section and get things where they need to go. Cool. And that'll be the BTX out of this stage. We're going to have other BTX from other stages that'll have to join this pipe. That's fine. The refined natural gas from this stage needs to go to the next stage where we turn it back into condensates. And this can become... No, that's refined natural gas. Sorry. This is tailings, right? The third output? Yes. Tailings output is over here somewhere. Yes. So same thing, we can just send that. And I'm just going to keep building with pipe ghosts, and when I wander back to the mall, hopefully there will be a bunch of pipes for me, and I can just grab them when we go back down there. And hopefully we'll also have the rest of our machines at the same time. All right. Refined natural gas back to condensates is in a bunch of compressors. Again, we can leave plenty of space. Oh yeah, that's right. This needs to be hooked up through a top-up. So let's deal with that in a minute. The output of this needs to come around. Just do that to here. And then I actually want a little bit of a buffer a buffer thing here. And a top-up valve onto that. There we go. That'll do what we need. And that way there's just breathing room in the loop as condensates are brought in. This can't accidentally saturate this and have it back up. Because I've done that before, and that's no fun. And then we're going to have a water input, gasoline input, and refined natural gas input. I think this one I can leave a gap in between and still connect the... Yeah. Connect power. And... how many of these do I need? 20 of them. Okay. Perfect. That's the output. The input of this is the refined natural gas from here. Plus gasoline. Gasoline we need to, I think, bring in as an input. This uses more gasoline than it makes. Like, the whole system does. So we are going to have to bring gasoline in, but I also need to decide, like, do I want to bring in that gasoline just from a top-up valve into the rest of the loop? I'm not really sure yet. I haven't decided how I want to do that, so I'm going to hold off. This needs water as an input. 1,000 water a second. All right, that's just a water pump. Oh, and this, of course, can't support a water pump anymore. That's okay. We can do it here. That will be fine. And let's get power down. All right. The naphtha output of this needs to be brought to naphtha out. Yeah. And of course I put that in like exactly the wrong spot. All right, that's naphtha out. Steam out is... oh. Naphtha out. And then the steam out needs to go to cooling towers, but I think we have some other steam out as well from another spot. Yes. So I need to... we'll end up merging that together at some point. So once I get the other steam to the stage where we're doing the other steam output, I'll figure out how I want to route that and get our water, cooling water figured out. Okay, so that's it for the condensates. Next up, I guess high distillates, which is 12 light oil refineries. High distillates to condensed distillates and naphtha. That's the recipe that I've got going on here. So the high distillates are going to need to come from whichever one of these pipes is high distillates. this one. Oop, a little too far. And gasoline needs to be brought in as well. Naphtha needs to get hooked up to the naphtha output, which is this pipe here. So that's easy enough. I say easy enough. Wait, was it that one? No, it's this one. This one. There we go. That's naphtha out. Oh, and Twitch wants to run an ad. I'm going to go ahead and let Twitch do its ad break. I'm going to take the opportunity to get myself a little bit more water. Stretch my legs. I recommend you do the same. Take the break opportunity to take care of yourselves as human beings. And I will see everyone in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for hanging around through the break. We are deep in the middle of plumbing up oil processing. All right, so we've got our naphtha out, and that's hooked up to the main, like, naphtha output pipe for the whole system. We've got the high distillates in at this stage. We need gasoline in. So let's get that one hooked up. That's the same as this. So that'll go there. And then we also are going to have whatever this is, condensed distillates out. And condensed distillates, we're going to have to, I think... No, condensed distillates, I think we're just turning into gasoline and petroleum gas, and we're not doing anything special with it. So that'll be fine. That'll just get routed basically over to the next stage, I think. But we need 12 of these light oil refineries for this naphtha processing. Oh, and electricity. Three, 6, 12. And I believe I have enough of these. There we go. Power, again, we can just kind of hook up across. So that is high distillates to naphtha. And we want to turn the naphtha goes out and the condensed distillates come to the next phase where we have 6 gas refineries. It's these guys, which are going to make this one. And how many of those do I need? 6. All right. 2. Oop, power. Power, power, power. 4, 6. Gasoline, again, needs to hook up to the gasoline section here. And then all of this should also just get a buffer tank. With a top-up valve. And then we'll have gasoline input from here. That we will need to... There we go. And then that will top up here to actually bootstrap this system, as well as to supplement it, because it is gasoline negative by about 45 a second. Petroleum gas is just an output, so we can grab that. petroleum gas. All right, so that's it for high distillates. Next is medium distillates, and medium distillates have two paths. One of them, here, let's pop back into YAFC. One of them is via 8 light oil refineries into stripped distillates, and then again into cumene. And cumene is one of our desired outputs. And then if that backs up, we want to overflow into making high distillates out of it. And that needs heat. A lot of heat. In fact, 12 megawatts of our however much heat we produce in total. And that'll turn it into high distillates. So let's start with the stripped distillates in the cumene stage. Using... what do we need? Light oil refineries. Those are these things? Light oil refineries, yes. All right, the way I had done this before, and I think is what I'm going to do this time, is if we put these separated by 3, we can do stripped distillates there, cumene here. We're going to belt up the middle. Each of these guys brings in... there we go. And then we just, we connect them across, because they are all 1-to-1. And actually, in this case, we can just use normal pipes here. Our input is the medium distillates. And our output is the cumene. And we need power, which I kind of forgot about, but that's fine. That'll route right through here. Cool. The medium distillates need to come from wherever medium distillates happen. There. And they can hook up... there. That's medium distillates, and then that will have an overflow valve, which will go to the other way to process medium distillates. Converting them converting them to high distillates. And then we also need here titanium tetrachloride. One out above cumene production, the second option. Not that I should scale this any further without upgrading buildings. Like, if I'm going to make this any bigger, I should really upgrade buildings. This is a big build. But I've been trying with these larger builds to kind of keep each column or each row one thing, so that I can scale them up more easily without having to change things that I've kind of blocked by building vertically. So each column is one process. At least that's the theory. All right, coal power plants. We will have 2 of those. Max temperature is 1000 C. And then medium distillates to high distillates. Multi-purpose cracker. What's the required temperature? 750. Okay. Finally managed to build yourself a nice intersection for the main rail. Allows main rail to be uninterrupted and output to station is quite... Oh, nice. Yeah, I need to redo some of my intersections at some point. It's been on my to-do list for a little while. That's not gonna work. These need to be one more apart. That's also not going to work. All the stations are a stack above or below. Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay, and then this one just has to be a little bit further out, and I'm okay with that. This is a steam input. All right, I think this is all correctly done up, that it's gonna link when I copy and paste these. How many of these do I need doing this? 20. All right. I'm worried that this is too long of a heat pipe. But we will find out. I guess what I can do, instead of having these both, like, we can do one there, 8, 9, 10, and one here. And that will keep these a little closer together. It doesn't mean I have to run our input and output coke and ash belts a little bit further, but that's okay. Hopefully those are close enough that will get the heat all the way up to where we need it. If not, I don't know, I'll figure it out. I guess I want to disconnect in the middle here, don't I? That way they're each their own section. And then this ash output can just kind of come all the way across here. And then coke in comes from actually the next step. Cool. But what I do need to hook up here is one of these pipes is steam. Steam needs to be... Oh, yeah, and the high distillates out need to loop back around to high distillates here. Which, of course, I just put this belt in the way of. I could not have put that there more perfectly if I had tried. So that's the high distillates out. Medium distillates in needs to be routed, and that's one of these pipes around here. That's this pipe. The medium distillates in is this one. And then... the other pipe is just steam. How many legs do I have in my armor? That's a good question. 2. There. I started with a quick start mod. But yeah, two exoskeletons. Which is fast enough most of the time. Ooh, okay. Yeah, I don't know if they're buffed by something or if that is vanilla for 2 of them to go that fast, but they are that fast. All right, that's steam hooked up here. Oh, shoot. This needs tin chromium alloy in. Okay. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. We can do that. This all just needs to come out like to here. I'm trying not to get this other bits, but think that's what I want. Now, if I grab... Well, this one goes here. Belt comes through. This one needs to go here. Yes. It would be so easy to really screw this up. Glad I caught it now, though. All right. I think that does what we need it to do. We just have to make sure that the pipes down here are routed to the right places. Steam is... This is the medium distillates in, yes. So it's just this high distillates out that needs to be pulled over. Added your outpost train intersection to Discord as a blueprint book if you want to take a look. I will definitely take a look at it when probably when I'm done streaming, though. Tin chromium alloy out. That needs to come up here. All right. And I didn't put an inserter in these. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right. I think that piece is done now. This has a bunch of gas refineries, but we're also short 16 light oil refineries. Oh, I must have not fixed the requests for those. Oops. Let's get those light oil refineries into the... Where's this buffer chest? I just lost it. I just had it. Yeah, it doesn't even think it needs to make any more. So that was just me messing up the requests when I shuffled things around. I didn't re-add those extra light oil refineries. That's fine. Only 2 more gas refineries, too. So this is actually almost everything we need. Well, except the pipes. And pipes are... Yeah, I have this set to fill up to 1,000, so this will fill up to here. And then this one will be allowed to start buffering. Probably 500 is enough, honestly. Yeah, let's be... Let's be a little less silly with the, Cool. So, what are we up to? Let's look at YAFC real quick and figure out where we're at. We've done medium distillates. We've done condensates to refined nat gas back to refined condensates. We've got high distillates to condensed distillates to gasoline and petroleum gas. We've got medium distillates into cumene, as well as medium distillates into high distillates for when we have too much cumene. So it looks like next is residual mixture into coking gas oil, and coking gas oil into coke, and coke oven gas. Okay. And then the coke needs to be routed out. Some of that comes to the coking gas oil, and some of it will need to go to the coal power plants. 31.7 per second. What an awful, awkward number. All right, we might just use stack inserters and call it a day with that. Because I think with stack inserters we'll be okay with just 1 yellow belt. I could do red belts too. But the problem is that red belt is still only 30 items a second, so we still wouldn't quite be there. So yeah, let's do stack inserters on the outputs of the coke. That'll be fine. All right. So first things first is high pressure furnaces. Doing residual mixture to that, and then an ionic upgrader. Doing coking gas oil to coke. And we're going to have 5 of these. Power on both sides. We're going to have an input. And we're going to have a fluid output. And then we're also going to have, not those inserters, orange inserters as our main output on this. 1, 2. All right. 3, 4, 5. Nope. How many of those did I just do? That's 6. That's 5. And then after 3 of those, we just feed that underneath. So these are 6.66 times 3 is 20. Yeah. So that's 20. And a triple stacked belt is 22 and a half. Okay, so that's fine. That'll all fit on that side of the belt. No worries. And then we output priority here. And then we do it again. So this feeds the input of this system. 2.5 a second. Wow. Yeah. So it feeds itself first, and then it goes ahead and feeds here, where we need coke in for this processing. And then lastly, the coke overflows out and will come down over here to our output. And I'm going to actually change this to use stack inserters to load the trains, because I'm pretty sure we're going to need that. Let me find a place where I've got that I can copy and paste it, because I still haven't made a blueprint of that particular thing. This one. No biocranes yet? Not yet. Maybe soon? With the new mall, I should be able to set it up to try to build biocranes without it being a total mess. I need to be able to deal with spoilage on the bringing the bio pieces in for it, and I just still haven't fully thought about how I want to do that in the mall. But now that we do have the new mall and it's fully tied into the rail system, I can actually think about how I want to do that. Okay, there is coke out. And then we're actually going to need some to start this loop. So each of those guys gets one. And then the coke oven gas is, oh, it's actually right here. There's the coke oven gas, and then this is the... Which one? This one. Residual mixture, which... we're running out of levels to, well, I could run this. There's a reason that all of these are offset by 2, and that is so that I knew I would have space in the middle to run things. Still, so let's run this like here. All right, so that should be the residual mixture in here. And then the last thing we need to do is we need to pull the low distillates out, wherever they are. One of these is low distillates, here. And low distillates go into a compressor. Again with gasoline. Oh. This has more than one input. Shoot, I wasn't paying close attention. This also needs steam and water. I'm an idiot. Okay. Yeah, this needs to be adjusted slightly. These don't just feed into each other directly. They can be like this, though. And then we'll have water and steam, water and steam, water and steam. Steam is... one of these is still steam, right? Yes, this one. Cool. And then it needs a water input, which... how much water does that particular step use? 240. All right. Almost none. So we'll figure out where to route that in from later. Because water inputs are always easy to figure out. All right, now I should be able to look at the next stage, because I noticed this one also had a water input. That is how I caught that I had screwed it up. All right, just 3 compressors. Doing heavy oil from... low distillates. We also have a gasoline input, which we will route in from the rest of the gasoline. If I can remember where that is, it's one of these. That's gasoline output. Yeah, and then we top up the gasoline here, so this is the gasoline line. And then a water input that, again, I need to figure out the path for. And then heavy oil, which... oh, actually, I just realized we have all of these other processing steps for low distillates as well. And each of these is going to need... no, that's fine. Yeah. We'll do heavy oil, we'll do kerosene, grease, and xylenol. And all of those can run in, like... basically in parallel, right? And then we'll overflow all of those into BTX as like our final stage. Although what I think I realized I did wrong is if we clear all of our fixed production amounts on these. Yeah, I need 8 of these for BTX, and I think I only have like 5 of them. Yeah. So we're gonna need a little bit more of those for that. And we actually could scale up the amount of these compressors that we have, making heavy oil if we need to. This is just what it ends up scaled at for how much of it I need. Heavy oil is one of our outputs, I think, already. I just need to remember where it is. Maybe it's not. Are we not making heavy oil at this build before? Oh, there. Oh, it's way over here. All right. That's in a completely different place than it was the first time I did this, which is fine. Let's see. If we do this like here, is this going to interfere with anything else? Not swapping inputs. I don't want to mess with the... I mean, I could. There's not that much heavy oil here, but whatever. Some of these stations do have a lot more sitting in their outputs, and I don't really want to void it all. On machines? Yeah. It's easier to tile everything when they're just like this. Like, yes, you can do some swappy things. There's already so many underground pipes in here that the most valuable thing is my time in getting the build done, not trying to save a few underground pipes, to be entirely honest. Oh, train is out of fuel. Oh, yeah. I was fueling you kind of by hand, wasn't I? All right, let's go get that going again. Now, the other thing I can do... is request 3 more of these guys. And let's drop off coke for this train. Down here. Done. That'll run for a little while before it runs out of fuel again. And then, what does this need? This just needs 1 more gas refinery. All right. And what does that need? 1 more tar processing unit. And what does that need? Some iron plates. That's all we're waiting on is 18 iron plates. Although these things are also, I think, going to need... Oh, no, those are steel. All right. Some of this stuff that I request regularly that, like, is not getting made right now, what I should do is set up a buffer warehouse or a buffer chest that requests a bunch of these things, like heat pipes and train stations, etc., that I don't necessarily need to be on the rail base, but I want them to be available so that the bots can just bring them to me directly, right? All the stuff that's sort of like in my inventory requests, what I should do is actually this. Let's call this standard inventory. And then if I grab a buffer warehouse, doesn't really matter where I put it, and trash unrequested, and standard inventory. There we go. Now the bots will make sure that we always have that much of all of those things available, basically at all times. And it should all get built here, and then when I enter the system, my inventory will get topped up from that buffer chest. Yeah, that should work fine. And that way, like right now, it only just now started trying to make heat pipes. And we want it to make, you know, to have heat pipes available for me regularly instead of just making them when I come into the area. Same with various combinators. And some of this it's not going to be able to make, but that's fine. All right, let's head back up. I've got a bunch of the niobium pipes. I don't know if I have enough of them, but we should be able to build a lot of this oil processing system, and we should actually see a bunch of it turn on. It should start to do things. At least in the areas where it doesn't need any special inputs. And hopefully we will also find out if I got any pipes crossed, because we'll end up with the wrong thing sitting in some of the pipes. I should have grabbed the other buildings. I'm kind of letting them all finish getting everything I need added to that chest, and then I'll go grab the whole thing. It's just one more gas refinery, I think, that it's missing. Which is still, I think, iron plates. Yeah. Oh, and we're out of niobium undergrounds again already. That's not a surprise. Well, without more undergrounds, this is not gonna fully turn on. We are close, though. All right, that'll be gasoline in, top-up valve. We've got a buffer here. We have condensates buffered here. This is blocked on tailings out. Yeah, because we just didn't get the underground pipes all hooked up yet. And same with BTX out. Ooh, is that this pipe? Is one of these supposed to be BTX out? Yes, this is BTX out here, which apparently I accidentally disconnected, so that needs to go there. All right, well, we gotta wait for more niobium undergrounds. So while we're waiting for those to accumulate, and actually a bunch of them should be accumulating also over here. Yeah. Maybe I want to change how this is done. If I give this a new name, we're going to call this inventory buffer. It's going to be different from standard inventory. And I'm going to pull out the things that are already buffered because of how we make them. And that way we don't end up buffering heaps of things that we don't need to. And that's mostly it's going to be these guys too. Yeah, this should just be the stuff that I want made from the auto mall, not from the regular mall. I think that's right now. Not that either. Okay. So I have to remember to, like, come in here and add things separately. But that way we're not, like, way over buffering belts because we have thousands here plus thousands here, right? Certainly keeping the Logibots busy. What's going on with circuits? Did we ever figure that out? Oh, that's right. This was blocked on tin because tin is always a problem. Which we're working on, right? Oil is on the way to tin. Okay, let's just keep working on this, and I'll have to go back and grab more pipes from the base soon. But for now, this has to catch up with its buffering again. And it is nice to see that I think most of my storage chest shenanigans are working correctly. Like building into storage chests here, it's correctly bringing everything down from as it's emptying the extra requests from here, it is properly bringing everything back into these storage chests, which means these won't turn on and they won't make any more extra pipes than they have to. And it does look like we've got iron plates being made, so it might take a second for those to saturate on the belt to the point where the bots can manage to grab any plates and deliver them anywhere. But it does look like that belt is getting pretty well saturated. So that is good as well. Okay. We just did... This is heavy oil, which has a steam output, and I need to figure out the steam outputs for everything. I have not figured those out yet. And then this has the residual oil output, and I believe I'm just turning that right into coking gas. No, into more residual mixture, yeah, which comes back around and turns into coking gas oil. So that is just one mixer. All right. I like easy. And it can even be that. And I need to have a steam input wherever my steam is. And then the residual mixture. All right, Twitch wants to run an ad. I'm going to let it do so. I just run one ad an hour, just long enough to keep pre-rolls turned off because I don't like pre-roll ads. I'm going to get some more water and stretch my legs while the ads run. I recommend y'all do the same. Take care of yourself as human beings during the break. And when we come back, we'll try to finish up this giant oil processing build, and we'll go from there, figure out what our next steps are. I'll see everybody shortly. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for hanging around through the break. We are pretty close to done with our with this oil processing build. We've got a few more things that take the low distillates that we need to route through. And then, I mean, that's it. So the thing that I need to figure out here is... how do I want to do these heavy oil refineries? Because these need heat. Wait, do these ones need heat? Yes, these ones need heat. And we're going to have one of these doing kerosene. We're going to have one of them doing... xylitol, one doing grease, and then several doing BTX. And I just need to decide, like, do I want each of them to have their own coal power plant? And then, like, we do this again here. And, like, this is the cleanest way, because it keeps everything nice and isolated. Everything is its own column. I can scale these up as I need to. And that's, I think, what I want to do. It feels silly to drop all the extra coal power plants in, but it keeps everything just a lot cleaner. So I think that's what we're going to do. So we're going to have kerosene, and one of these is low distillates out to kerosene. And then we'll have kerosene out. And then same thing again. Bop. Xylitol. And both of these need titanium tetrachloride. We'll deal with that in a second. Grease. Which... oh, boy. Okay, yeah, grease is going to have to be a little bit different because, of course... why wouldn't they be a little bit different? Because grease needs the lubricant input as well, I actually have to pull grease out and drop in a couple of heat pipes there, and then bring in the distillates there. And then I need to figure out the grease input, deal with that in a second, or the lubricant input, rather. And then the last thing is BTX. Yeah. Oh, and all of these are also going to have, like, some kind of catalyst metal in. Yeah. Titanium tetrachloride. Yeah, so we can do those like that, like this. And then here, we've got tin chromium alloy. Which also needs to come down from the other end. And then I'll need to bring in coal or coke, which we'll do here. And output ash, which is going to be tough here. Okay, let's redo some of this. I'll do those metal inputs last, just so we can get everything we need for the coke oven, or coke ovens, coke ins and outs sorted. This one is BTX. Oh, and actually, I just realized all of these need to be a little bit different. These all need the gap, because I want these all to be extensible. That was part of the point of this design, which means that I do want this gap here so that I can put in, if I want to go do another one of these further north, I still want to have heat pipes here. BTX is going to go further north. One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7, 8. And 8 of these is the worst case number that we'll need. Let's get a few more coal power plants buffered up here. Oh, and look at that. Because those need heat pipes, they get pulled right from my buffer area. Excellent. Well, maybe not excellent, but it's fine. And yeah, and then more of them will just get built. And that's actually fine. Kerosene, xylitol, grease, and BTX. Okay. So the BTX, I just need to route out to wherever the heck the BTX pipe is, which is one of these. Of course, I put belts right next to it, because why would I want to make my life easy? All right. So this is just BTX output from all the way across here. which I can't see what I'm doing. Trees, go away. That is... Oh, how did all those get set to grease? That's not right. BTX. And it shouldn't be that position. It should be the next one over. There we go. And then all of these are going to have low distillates in, wherever that is. And then at this side, this needs to be an overflow valve because we only want to make BTX if we don't need any of our other uses of low distillates. These guys all need inserters for coke. And then they're all going to have an ash output as well. Which does not need to go that way, does it? Because ash is right here. So we actually want to go that way with the ash output. That looks good. We have to deal with our outputs for kerosene and xylenol and grease at some point. We don't have those outputs routed yet. But other than that, let me look at YAFC here and see what we've got. I think what we've got to do is we've got to route these last few outputs, and that probably means extending this station a little bit further and getting more stations available. And then, I mean, looking for any bugs, right? Like, that's going to be a big part of this, is figuring out where we have misconnected pipes, anything weird. Waiting for one more coal power plant, which it should have the parts for. Should be able to do those. Yeah, I see small parts. Intermetallics are available. So I think we're just waiting for the bots to decide they want to deliver those things. Yeah. What is this? Why do I have 97 cotton gut? Oh, jeez. I must have trashed those at some point, and they ended up in storage up here, and now they're in storage down here. Because that's how this works, is it just takes stuff back and forth from one to the other. Oh. Yeah, progress is being made on the disassembly of the old mall, but it's slow at best. All right. I think we have all the items we need, all the buildings we need to finish Also, science has been stopped for longer than I would normally expect science to be stopped for. So that's a thing that we want to look at as soon as we're done with the oil processing rebuild, is we want to check on science. Oh, and I should get more niobium pipes as well. Let's see if I got enough pipes to finish turning this whole system on. Probably not quite, but and various stages are going to need to heat up first, and other things are going to have to happen, right? So we're not. I do have a little bit of coal that I can use to start heating some things up, but that's well, I see things happening. We are out of undergrounds already. Excellent. So this is not all going to turn on then without more. Yeah, we need at least a couple hundred undergrounds still. But we can at least see what we're blocked on. High, medium, low distillates, and residual mixture. Yeah, none of those are actually probably hooked up, right? Like, low distillates to heavy oil, yeah. High distillates here are not hooked up. Yep, we're missing 2 undergrounds to get high distillates output correctly, so... Let's, what have we got here? 156? We need at least 160 of them, so we're just not quite there yet. I guess I could make a bunch by hand, couldn't I? I also want to start warming up these, various... This one also needs to run, but that's less urgent. Even if some steps are only working at, like, you know, half capacity, it will at least still... Yeah, heat pipes, heat pipes, heat pipes. We need a lot of heat pipes. And we need a lot of niobium pipes. And I probably have missed at least one thing up here. In fact, I know I have. We still need to hook up the catalyst metals, because I pulled that out. Oh, good. I'm glad that I put this here. All right, so those are our two catalyst metals, which is going to be this stuff. Let's do it here. All right, so that's the titanium tetrachloride for both of these. And then these both use tin chromium alloy. And that is this one. So we'll split that like here. Right up to there. And throw that in here. And then doesn't something somewhere need chromite sand? Isn't that a thing? Yes. This stage needs chromite sand. And I have not gotten that routed yet. Also, what is this pipe that's just sitting here? Tailings. No. Maybe? Yes. Oh, I see what I did. Okay, yep. That used to be linked right there. So we can pull that over a couple. There we go. I think when I was dragging this, I overwrote that underground. That's fine. Okay. So I think without a few more of the undergrounds that we need down at this end, the whole thing really won't turn on. Because, like, none of these things can actually get out. Except maybe low distillates all the way over to this side. Which might be low distillates into here. Okay, so we might actually start making a little kerosene, a little xylenol. Not grease yet, because I need to get lubricant in. And then tin chromium alloy is going to be a problem for several of these things, because we don't have tin chromium alloy anywhere. Yeah, titanium tetrachloride, that's fine. I think this is mostly just sad because it's buffering on all these belts. Like, we're not going to be consuming... Well, I should double-check that. I should double-check how much titanium tetrachloride we make and what this system can actually consume. But... yeah, all of these need heat pipes before they'll run. Which I guess we should have. We do have heat pipes buffered. We have... All right. Let's go, let's head down to the mall. Let's grab all of the undergrounds we can and the heat pipes. And... hopefully we can... Yeah, we've got like 250 pipes to ground. All right. Hopefully that's enough. It's probably not quite enough, but we'll see how it goes. That was a bunch of heat pipes that already just got used there, unfortunately. And there we go. Things are turning on. We might still not quite have enough underground pipes. Oh, maybe we do. Maybe we do. Yeah, we're still going to need more heat pipes, though, up here. That's fine. Like 80 of them. Okay. Just change my normal request amount. And, oh, I guess I also then need to change how much is getting buffered here, right? If I want the bots to be able to bring that to me right away. I should say I want you to buffer 100 there as well. There we go. Now those will get made with some regularity. Iron sticks. Are iron sticks happening down here? No. Okay, so I think I need to set up cast iron sticks in the mall. What's going on here? Steam out. Backed up. Right. We still haven't dealt with the steam that needs to go into cooling towers and outfalls. And this is not going to be the only step that has a steam output. Cumene, I just need to take to the cumene output. Like, that's easy enough. We can route that right now. There we go. So cumene output now running, which should let these guys run. Yeah. But then it will also potentially overflow to these guys. Yeah, which just aren't up to temperature yet. Oh, I never hooked up water to this. So we're not getting the coke looping through the system yet. This is also going to need a water input? Yeah, all right. Let's get the water inputs for these guys figured out then. I'm going to be finding small things like this that I kind of missed a lot. Now, where... Oh, there's some right here. I don't love this, but you know what? It gets the job done. And then lots of... Oh, need to set my priorities. So that we run run the right systems first with coke. That looks good, though. Yeah. Yeah, that'll saturate soon, and then it'll get sent up to here. Cool. It's kind of just checking each. Yeah, so this is 150 degree steam that needs to be voided. And I should have more 150 degree steam that needs to be voided somewhere. Yes, at heavy oil. Are those the only two places making it? Yes. Okay. So let's see if we can get a pipe run through somewhere. We need to be careful not to accidentally connect this to our 250 degree steam pipe, which I just realized I put right next to this one, because that's not asking for trouble at all. Okay. Now I just need to get this to a place where I can set up. Need to have 2 outfalls. Which this cannot quite support 2 next to each other. There we go. And that's wrong, because I'm an idiot. Cooling towers first. There we go. So that's our 150 degree steam being voided now. So these should have no problem turning on, correct? This is blocked on coke oven gas, which I probably just need to correctly route out. Yes. Why do I have tailings routed to coke oven gas? That was almost certainly a mistake. There's coke oven gas. Here's tailings. There we go. Actually, instead of doing that, let's do that. A little bit cleaner. So what's currently sitting yellow or... I mean, yellow is what I want to watch out for, because yellow means something is bottlenecking something. So it does look like low distillates is bottlenecking our main system there, but I think that's largely a matter of waiting for heat. because this is only scaled to be able to make enough heavy oil. And then these guys are not up to temperature yet. Yeah. 8 of these might be also too much for one of these machines here. We might have to mess with that a little bit. But this has to get itself up to temperature first, which it's not going to do until we get coke fully overflowed through the system, which we're getting close to. It's trying. But these are going to take a while to get up to temp. If this works, I might need to redesign this whole thing to get heat through in a slightly different way. If I hook the buildings up directly to each other, like in a row, I think I can run 10 of them off the top of this. And then I'd have the inputs on one side and the outputs on the other. Maybe that's what I should do, but I'll wait and I'll see if I can get up to temp with just the... I mean, actually, I could find out how many of these are there here. 80? 3-degree drop is 240. These need 750. So in theory, this is okay. This should be even less bad, right? Yeah, there's only like 30 of those, so that's only like a 100-degree drop once this starts getting up to temp. Okay. So yeah, this is all going to be blocked on low distillates until things get up to temperature, until we get... I might have to manually move some coke around to help things get up to temperature. What else does this system need me to do? This has residual oil. Oh, I never hooked up chromite sand. Let's hook up chromite sand. That's a thing. That needs to come up to here. Okay. Chromite sand in. And what else do we need here? Oh, I do need lubricant in for the grease. So let's get that hooked up as well. Whoop. Let's do this like down here, and then I should be able to just run this right across here. And let's actually go a little bit further even. There we go. Now we are fully out of the way of everything else that we have down here. All right, that'll be lubricant in for the grease. And we still have to route kerosene, xylitol, and grease out of like the overall system. But other than that, all right, cool. We do have a little bit of coke starting to go this way, which will help this system actually get up to temp. Which means we will soon have kerosene and xylitol and grease, which are the reasons that we did this. To begin with, all of this oil processing rebuild was to be able to start getting all of those in reasonable quantities. I fully expect some of the things that this is outputting to start backing up. Like, this is going to make boatloads of naphtha. It's going to make boatloads of BTX. And I don't know if we actually have enough, like, capacity to use those things right now. But other than that, yeah, light oil overflows to this build, which is still getting up to temp. Oh. Is that the only one that was missing? Might have been the only one that was missing. But since I don't have any in my inventory, it's not a lot we can do about it. All right. One more pass. Hopefully our last pass down to the mall. I'm also sitting on one gas refinery, and I'm not sure why. It's possible that I miscounted when I was updating requests. But let's grab grab a bunch of underground pipes, a bunch of heat pipes. Hey, we're making grease. Excellent. Cool. And same with xylanol, and same with kerosene. Excellent, excellent, excellent. This is still getting up to temp for the BTX. That's fine. Down here, still getting up to temp. Yep, this started to run, and then its temperature just got dunked because I hooked up all these heat pipes. So this is going to be a little while till it gets up to temp. I guess these heat pipes aren't doing anything, are they? Cumene output is full. So what we should see is that the medium distillates do start to overflow. But that probably would require, like, this to be running and not be totally backed up on low distillates. Which, you know... We're still, until all this gets up to temperature, low distillates are gonna... Well, really, it's the BTX that needs to get up to temperature, because the BTX is the final low distillates output. All right, gas refineries. I should have 30 doing refined nat gas, and 6 doing... the petroleum gas. We have 6 there. And we have 30 there. Okay. I think I just requested one too many, so that's a trash item. And... Alright, let's get our kerosene, xylanol, and grease outputs done. Which I think probably means throwing in another segment here. So, grease right here can come out. Doesn't really matter which one it goes to. Grease. And then kerosene. Or no, sorry, this is xylitol. And kerosene is last. There's kerosene. Cool. So that'll, between that and heavy oil, hopefully that keeps the low distillates from hopefully that keeps the low distillates from backing up. I don't think it quite is enough demand. I think the BTX does need to turn on for it to actually pull enough, but maybe. Keep an eye here. Yeah, that's down to only like 50. It might keep up. But the system is going to start backing up now, probably on medium distillates, until this all gets up to temperature and can start converting them to high distillates. Yeah, that's going to start backing up shortly. Whoa! We're actually out of crude. Well, that shouldn't surprise me. This can pull 600 crude oil a second, and I make 150. So, more crude is on the to-do list. We called that. I sort of did that. All right. So all of this was in favor, ultimately, of this, expanding MIBC, which we need for tin. We also need grease, and I think kerosene, maybe, for tin. So we want all of that going. And those are going to be made fairly slowly initially, at least until this system can be turned on fully. We should have at this point, though, yeah, a bunch of drilling fluid too. So that at least is going to be good for our next oil wells. And that does need to be one of the next projects is oil wells. What is this still blocked on? Is this still blocked on red chips? Of course it is. And iron sticks. Okay. Let's go get iron sticks. And probably I need bolts too, now that I think about it. Do I need bolts too? I'm going to need the bolts for rails, so yes. Yeah, they're also used in rail ramps, rail supports. Oh, these are the better recipes for all of these. Okay. We're not necessarily going to use the rail ramp and rail support refined concrete recipes. Well, I'll think about bolts. I kind of hate to set up bolt casting just for, well, I say just for rails. I have a giant rail base, so maybe we should do that. But we do at least need stick casting available. So let's grab Like that? Question mark? Sticks. 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 And then iron, we need to bring all the way down. Which, unsurprisingly, we do not have enough. We're still short on molten iron, I assume. Yeah. Yeah, we have some iron plates, but we're not fully buffered on iron plates, and we don't have molten iron right now. So it's going to take a little while before this gets made, or before we start spitting out iron sticks, which are what are blocking this build at the moment. Yeah, that just wants plates and circuits. And if we look here, yeah, there's some other stuff that is currently being requested, but isn't getting made. I really should think about, here, if I just take this all and one, two, three, four, five, six. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is going to be number 6. Number 7. Number 8. Number 9. And number 10. I believe... Well, these all took their recipes with them, which is not what they're supposed to do. You are in set recipe mode, but for some reason you took your recipe. That's easy enough to fix. And then I think I can hook, well, we're kind of waiting for... If I hook these up with just power, they're not going to actually try to build anything yet, but they should at least try to get themselves RoboPort coverage. I think, are the construction bots gonna bring out... Do we have what we need for these? Yeah, they're coming just slowly from the construction bots. Cool. And... Yeah, I think I can turn these on. Let's do green first. And then if we hook up red, nothing will happen because the highest number that we're currently running to is 5. And that's one of these. There we go. Let me double check these, make sure they're all correct. 10, 9, 8, 7. If two of them are the same ID, they're going to try to, like, grab a job simultaneously, and who knows if that's going to work. 10. There we go. Apparently there's only 9 available jobs, and it's latched all of them. Cool. So this will help the whole system run, I think, a little more smoothly. Although it wants that the storage warehouse is going to have the same problem that this buffer warehouse has, which is that we're out of red chips. So I'm not sure what to do about that. I mean, we do have some. I could hand deliver some red chips. But power resistors are probably still blocked mostly on tin. Yeah. Yep. All right, let's figure out what's wrong with science. Science has been busted for a while. I think this new oil processing is working. It's just a lot. Yeah, we need to get more crude oil, obviously, because... Oh, did I not hook this up right? Shoot. I'm gonna have to go fix that. Oh, and that's also a train limit, which is gonna stop anything else from being dispatched. Okay. Yep, let's go fix that. And fixing that is literally just like throwing down a pump in a... Ugh. It's not the first time I've made this mistake, and it won't be the last. All right. And then hopefully we got this turned back around before it actually tried to dispatch another train. So I think we're good. Yep, picking up crude oil. Cool. So that is running again. What's wrong with science? Science is blocked on... What? How? Okay, it's running. But seriously... All right, well, it looks like we just got enough of them. Did I maybe put down the wrong number of those when I 1, 2, 3, 6, 10. Okay. Let's check our request numbers in here. 1, 2, 3, 6, 10. Yes. And then multiply by -2, and that gives our request amount, and this is our threshold amount. Yes. So that's correct, which means that if we make however much chemical science packs a second, 3 of these guys with prod, 0.04, that's not quite right, but sure. 12 in 240 seconds. Let me just do the math real quick. And that's 0.75 speed and 1.1 prod. 0.04125. And we need 10 times that. So we need 0.4125. Yeah. Up here, for the automation science packs, these are 1 per 5 seconds. Wait, did I account for there being 3 machines in chem science? I don't even know. All right, let me recompute this. Sorry. So yeah, 12 in 240 seconds. 0.75 times 1.1 times 3 times. Okay. 0.12375. I did not account for that. So we need 1.2375 of these guys to keep up. And we have 1/5 times 0.75 times 1.1 times how many machines? 8. 1.32. So yes, this is in theory more than we need. It might be that we're not making enough, well, planter boxes or small parts, and this ran out of... Yeah, there should be a dispatch of small parts right now, and that dispatch is not happening. Oh, of course. And you know why it hasn't been happening? Because we've been run out of molten iron for God knows how long. So yeah, that's the issue. Okay. So science is delayed because we've been sucking down all of our molten iron, bootstrapping the new mall. Which is probably ought to not be a surprise to me, but, you know, that is how it goes. All right. Well, there's not a lot we can do about that immediately. I mean, there we go. Science is turning back on. Light oil processing is going to finish. We're going to want to be running, at the very least, this cumene distillation recipe to get a bunch of acetone. We need that for the expanded MIBC build. I think. Yeah, it's acetone and petroleum gas. So, as soon as we start sucking this down for our rebuilt tin, when we get the new tin tech, we're going to need to grow this pretty significantly, I think. I'm saying in YAFC right now, it looks like last week I decided that 5 mixers with prod modules was the way to go. I can do that now. We may as well do that. Right, we can get that get that put in place and get the prod modules in them. That's not too much of a challenge. Oh, what's blooping at me? Oh, that's fine. I don't care about that at all. All right, got our 3 mixers. Bunch of other stuff the bots are going to be able to bring me. What can't the bots bring me right now? They can't bring me the pie tanks because we don't have sticks. They can't bring me stack inserters because we don't have those being built yet. Nor fast inserters for that matter, which is going to become a problem real soon. Big electric poles we also are not making yet, so that's a thing that I'm going to need to look into. But yeah, oil industry machinery, stage 2 is going to get us the medium oil derrick, and we want that for our oil input, because we need so much oil to feed our new oil processing build. And then after that, we're going to get the new tin processing, and we're going to have to figure out this. I might do a new tin build and then tear down the old one, if I'm being honest with myself. Just because I don't think the old one is in a good place to be able to upgrade it anymore. I mean, maybe, but this is already such a hacked together mess of a build. And it's in an odd place. It's kind of on the edge of the old belt base. So it might be cleaner to just do a new tin build somewhere else. MIBC was up this way somewhere. So let's see if we can find it. I think it was over here. Oh, there it is. The longest label on the map makes it surprisingly easy to find. And these guys all need prod modules. Cool. That will, I was going to say, these should back up pretty quickly. But that is now enough MIBC. We're not going to have enough, like, acetone to feed this build long term. And possibly not enough petroleum gas either. Those are both things we're going to want to look at from the outputs of our new oil processing, right? Like, we can make all this cumene for a reason, and we're turning that cumene into probably acetone, right? And then beyond that, I mean, there's various ways to get petroleum gas out of this whole mess of things, right? I think there's something we can do with naphtha. Oh, what are we blocked on? Medium distillates. Because, we don't have tin chromium alloy, and that's blocking this whole leg from running, even as it gets up to temperature. No problem getting up to 750. Excellent. That's good to know, at least. Yeah. Up over 800 or up to almost 800 and still getting warmer. So that's fine. I was worried about the temperature drop along here, but that's going to be okay. Which presumably means BTX is also fine. Yeah. But yeah, without tin chromium alloy, this is not going to want to run very much. Tin chromium alloy is almost certainly just blocked on tin, like everything else in my life. Ba 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 ba. Yeah. I hate to do it because it feels wasteful when I'm about to redo tin anyway. But maybe I really do just need to double this whole freaking thing. And like, that tin build is kind of a mess, but I can probably squeeze a second belt of input into it. Yeah. Well, yeah, redo tin is on my list, and like I've got tin processing 3 coming up. But in the short term, I've been trying to avoid scaling up tin processing 2 for a long time. But maybe that's just what needs to happen. Like all of this oil processing work was in service of prepping for tin 3. But if I don't have enough tin to run the oil processing, then we're not going to have like the kerosene and the grease, well, specifically the grease, that we need to actually run tin. And I could probably make that as some temporary, like temporarily high priority stations. Like if I mark this high priority and I make tin chromium alloy production high priority, then that should ensure that we can bootstrap this whole system in time for starting the next tin. And maybe that's all I need to do instead of temporarily like doubling the existing tin build, which I really don't want to do. I just I just need to set up the priorities so that the things necessary for tin 3 to work are going to work first. And then I can remove those temporary high priorities. Because, yeah, without tin chromium alloy coming through this system, this is just not going to do what it needs to do. Let's do it. I don't love it, but I think that's what I'm going to do. I think the temporary high priorities are a better choice than doing a whole tin build just to tear it down. So we're going to mark those as high priority. We look for tin plate. There shouldn't be anything else that's high priority for tin plate. That's correct. And if we look for tin chromium alloy, again, nothing else is high priority. That's correct. This does mean that all the other places that request tin chromium alloy are also going to get it, because tin chromium alloy is going to be the input to that is high priority, so it's always going to be available. So then it will get fed to these other stations. But like, that's probably fine. Unfortunately, that doesn't help with the rest of my base's demand for tin and for things like red chips that are kind of blocked on tin. That's just like keeping the lights on. I am going to head down, and I'm going to hand feed red chips to the mall. I'm going to grab whatever red chips are available and take them up there, because we are going to need this if I want to use a medium oil derrick. And that's going to need DDC. So yeah, we're going to have to set up some stuff for that in the mall. And that should just be a matter of like putting those things on the allow list. But we'll see. Well, we're probably missing some inputs. We're probably gonna have to deal with some things up there for that. So we'll see what we can grab here. There's nothing else really being made as far as tier 2 buildings at the moment, so I don't think like these red chips are gonna get used too quickly. Oh, they're actually being made. Holy crap. I'm still gonna hand deliver some. Because I want to make sure that they do go to the mall first before they get sucked in for anything else. But cool. Good to see this running. The other thing I want to make sure is, let me make sure I have some mech parts too, and some of the, what's it called? Self-assembly monolayer material. Yeah. Oh, we have lots of this. Cool. I'm not even going to worry about that. I'll just make sure that's requested at the mall then. And mech parts 2 is right up here. And that is... there's actually enough there for a delivery. So I can also make sure that's requested at the mall. Advanced small parts is the blocker on that. What are the chances that that is stainless steel? No. Bolts. Oh, so it's molten iron. Okay. No surprises there. But that's cool that this will start running, like, as iron catches up. Yeah, fuel is still an issue here. Even with trains coming here more frequently. Even with the higher station train limit. I think we are just running low on coke, which sounds ridiculous when I say it, but does happen sometimes. Once the new big oil processing turns on fully, that is going to be dumping quite a bit of coke into the rest of the base. And that might be enough to unblock everything. Not 100% sure there. We might have to expand words. We might have to expand Red Hot Coke. I think if we need more Coke, then Red Hot Coke is the obvious, easy one to expand. All right, let's see. Are we bringing in at any of our requester stations? All right, there we go. Self-assembly monolayer material. I'm assuming it's not on this one. No. And then we also need to bring in mechanical parts. Mech parts 2. I guess we don't need necessarily any of the other... Yeah. And we should get a train load of mechanical parts too as well. Cool. What else are we going to need here for this? We've got the complex circuit boards coming in. We have advanced small parts, pipes, evaporators, and the DDC Mark II. The DDC Mark II, bunch of the same stuff. Plastic? Are we bringing plastic and Nexalit plate into the mall yet? Those could be things. Glass, batteries, intermetallics. I don't think plastic is in here yet. I don't think plastic is in yet. So yeah, I think we add plastic. Yeah, and the bots are like, hey, we have a bunch of stuff to bring from logistics storage, which means I did not have plastic anywhere else yet. And what was the other thing I said I maybe needed to bring in? Nexalit plate? Yeah, I almost certainly do not have Nexalit plates yet. So that is the next one. The important question is, do I think Nexilite plates are something I'm going to want on the Belt Mall or not? I don't think so. They're used in a million things, but are any of these the things that I want to put on the mall? And I think the answer is no. All right. So yeah, those can go in a big requester setup like this one. All right. And we struggling with landfill here, bots? There we go. Those must have gotten assigned to, like, construction bots from the mall that found some random landfill instead of being assigned to the bots in my inventory, which happens from time to time. Otherwise, I mean, this is all looking good. This system is all, like, still working correctly. We've got stuff being made. We've got... Yeah, these pipes are slow, but that's really just because we just used 5 million of them. Well, we just used... Oh, I can't see. It's off the edge of my... 1,500 of them. All right. But that will, we'll catch up on that shortly. And, other than that, what are we waiting for here? Yeah, storage warehouse. The bots should figure that out relatively soon. This is not setting its requests. Why? What's wrong? Input signals on red. Oh, because I screwed up. Read contents, including crafting. There we go. Now these should all actually be requesting their ingredients. Yes. Yes. You should also have a bunch of red chips in logistics storage. I don't know why you think there aren't. Where did they all go? I just brought a bunch of them over. I know they can't have all been used yet. Where did they go, bots? Something up here request a bunch of red chips? Yes. Okay, this requested all of them because I have this set to probably too high of a threshold. Let's change that to 500 there. Yeah, and now that's all trashed, and those will be available for other crafts. Okay. Good catch, Brandon. I'm glad I started thinking about that and double-checked before all those got used. Still wants one yellow... Why? There's one that goes there. It says there's one more. Interesting. I don't know where that yellow warehouse would go that it thinks it needs. But apparently there's one that's needed somewhere. Huh. Oh, oops. Made some extra mixers. That's fine. Fine, quote unquote. And then, yeah, these are... Chips are all going to get stored in here until such time as, they are requested for buildings. I guess I could make sure... If I say I want one DDC Mark II... Yeah, let's get that added to the allow list. Needs engine units, needs advanced small parts. Okay. Advanced small parts ought to be a thing that we have. Oh, they are brought in, but we're out of them. Shoot. Okay. So that's a blocked on molten iron, unfortunately. And then the other thing this needs is engine units. And I feel like engine units I want to do here, because those are relatively straightforward. And this... we probably have two different recipes, huh? Pipe, belt, small parts, duralumin, or pipe, small parts, aluminum plate. Ten pipes to 3 engine units, 2 pipes to 1, so it definitely uses more pipes. 40 small parts to 1. 50 small parts to 3, so we use less small parts, plus belts, plus duralumin instead of whatever. I think it's fine. We'll use the new recipe. And what's the stack size on these? 50. We'll say make like 1,000 of them. Cool. So we've got pipes. What do we need the most of? Small parts and then pipes. Okay. So we'll do small parts feeding up to here. And then pipes. Honestly, let's just do pipes on the other side. Aren't I sandcasting small parts? I'm sandcasting, yes. Well, not entirely. We're sandcasting, let me find it. Sandcasting all the inputs, but we don't have the recipe to actually cast small parts directly yet. I think the small parts casting recipe is way down the tech tree. Yeah. Duralumin, belt, and pipe. Okay, belts here. Duralumin here. And what's the last thing? Oh, pipes. Which is here. You know what? I actually should do these reversed. We'll do the pipes in here. And then Duralumin here. Just because that makes it easier with, like, inserter bandwidth and stuff. Cool. And that will make engine units available to whatever things need engine units on the mall. What else does this need? It looks like everything else I actually do have. Advanced small parts, again, are broken because apparently I'm running out of iron again. But other than that, really I'm running out of fuel, which is sketchy. I'm still hoping that we will, well, I don't know. I'm not sure if getting better bandwidth into this system is going to be, like, enough. Because, yeah, all of our Coke provider stations are not full right now, and we have a lot of demand for random Coke around the map. It's actually quite concerning. Tar processing is Oh, just not running. What's wrong? What did I do? $2x my red Coke? Yeah. That is the easy answer. Uh-huh. Backwards overflow valve would definitely cause problems. Did I make the same mistake on this one? No, this one's fine. I don't know how much Coke a second that is that wasn't doing that we would normally have. I could find out. That's like 30 Coke a second from one of those tar processing machines, if YAFC is to be believed. So, yeah. That would cause some issues. I do think that I probably still want to do what I was talking about, though, and change these two stations and turn one of them into a dedicated Coke station for the iron input. I said this way at the beginning of the stream, but I built that like dual input station set up there before I had stack inserters. So we can swap over to stack inserters there, move all the iron input to a single stack inserter station, and then set up a separate Coke input. And that way Coke is not being bottlenecked by sharing bandwidth with the casting stuff, the borax and the sand castings, etc. So I think that's a worthwhile refactor. Does mean I need to turn this off briefly, which I hate to do, but no more Coke in there. No iron ore here. Nor here. And let's just... Now, each of these... All right. And I'm just going to be hand feeding this for a little bit until we get this buffer emptied out. Now down here, I do want this to, I think, also be... Yeah, let's just grab that whole chunk of it. And, that is now our coke outputs, one of which feeds right there. The other one feeds... Whoops. Have to fix that in a second. Hot air through, that's fine. Iron ore. Try to keep this all the way full, please. And then this should have the same for coke, really. Want to make sure that this is all... Yeah, that's fine. That's on one side of the belt, and it will remain on one side of the belt. This coke belt, we can just pull out entirely. Because it has been replaced up at this level. All right. This should fix any issues with the bandwidth of coke coming into... Well, I mean, obviously I gotta grab the other orange inserters. But this will fix any issues with the coke bandwidth coming into this setup. But obviously, if we're not making enough coke in the rest of the base, it's still going to be a problem. So I do need to keep an eye on that. Maybe this messed up overflow valve on tar processing was causing all of our problems. It's hard to know for sure. It's going to take a little while for everything to catch up, right? And for us to have enough coke around to really judge if it's running consistently or not. I'm gonna run up to the old mall. My RoboPort is off. So hopefully, my bots won't try to do anything with deconstructing the old mall. And hopefully I can pick up some orange inserters from here still. I don't think I disassembled that part. And while I do that, Twitch wants to run an ad break. I do run just one ad break an hour, just long enough to keep pre-roll ads turned off. So I'm going to go ahead and let Twitch do that. And I'm going to step away and get some water once I drop off these inserters. I recommend everyone else do the same. Hydrate, stretch your legs during the ad break. And when we come back, I'm not sure. We'll figure out what we need to do next. I'm sure there will be more bugs that need fixing. I will see everyone shortly. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for hanging around through the break. I appreciate it. This looks like it's running. We're getting consistent coke deliveries, at least for now. So I think iron's gonna be okay. Again, at least for now. How do I have this prioritized, by the way? Iron plate is the highest priority. And then molten steel. And then the overflow from that finally can go to places that need molten iron. Okay. So we're going to have to catch up on molten steel a little bit. Yeah, before it'll go ahead and send the molten iron overflow. But once we start doing that, like, we're going to be fine. Yeah. So this makes, like, up to 70 molten iron a second, and these guys can consume only, like, 50. So there should always be a little bit, like, overflowing. When the system is running. This should still be pumping just a little bit through. Yeah. All right. And then, yeah, the molten steel is running. And once molten steel fully backs up, the molten iron will fill up faster. Which, getting there. This will back up to 240. So... yeah, 2 trains en route with more char or more coke. So I think it's okay. The new oil processing is still blocked on medium distillates because tin is tin. Once we do get enough tin plate for a delivery over to tin chromium alloy. Oh, this is actually running. Excellent. All right. So once we get enough tin chromium alloy, this will start to... which this should already be coming over. Yeah. So we've got a... and then this should be headed to... yeah, this station. Cool. So that should start to get more of this turned on. Once we start getting tin chromium alloy through here. I'm actually gonna prioritize left. And again, we need this to run well enough that we can get, like, the kerosene and the grease we need for the new tin when we get that tech. When we do this tin build, we're gonna need some stuff. And it does look like we're close to having enough grease. Yeah, 16K. We've already got enough kerosene, so this only has to run, I think, just a little bit more. I don't know as far as the other products coming out of it, like... why so small builds? I'm building as big as I need to. The big one that has turned into a little bit of a challenge is doing 1x1 trains. I didn't really expect that to be as much of a challenge as it is, but it's definitely a throughput issue with some things. But no, for the most part, I just build whatever I need to build for each, like, level of science. I go through in YAFC and I figure out what I need and I build it. And a lot of these Just starting and thinking 1-4. I think for most things, at least as far as I've gotten, 1-2 trains would be sufficient, or 2-2 trains if you want to go double-headed. A 1-4 train is going to be huge for some things, especially in Pi, right, where, you know, there's some things where I'm sending a single stack per train trip on a whole train, because if I let a whole train fill up, it would take forever to do that, right? So higher tier trains help a lot when you get them too. With the throughput issues, yeah. I should really think about upgrading to tier 2 locomotives. I don't know if I'm going to upgrade to tier 2 cargo wagons, because aren't they weird? But certainly tier 2 locomotives are on my, well, not actually on my to-do list, but they're on my mental to-do list. I also did this. Yeah, tier 2 and tier 4 wagons are half size. That is what I thought. All right. Oh, good. This has stuff. It's running. And that should mean that this is starting to unblock again. Yeah. It's going to take a little while for the medium distillates to, like, be dealt with, but... So I think this system is actually working now. Besides needing... Besides needing what? Does it need anything else? Well, besides needing this priority. Ideally, I don't want to have these priorities set here and on the tin chromium alloy, but again, I need to make sure that this is running so that I can upgrade tin. Because I need some of the outputs from this. But beyond that, this all seems good. Oh, I missed. That's fine. That's actually not critical. There's enough of these machines to turn all of the low distillates into BTX, and as long as other stuff is running, consuming low distillates, then we don't really need... we don't need all 8 of these running. So I'm not worried about it at the moment. Especially since, again, I don't think we have enough oil coming in to run everything at full speed. At least not consistently. Although when we run out of crude oil in our buffers, that will let the medium distillate processing, like, catch up. So that's fine. Knew about the wagon size before you started, so you designed your train stops to handle both from the beginning. Yeah, that's a piece of foresight that I did not have, unfortunately. Let's... I actually don't have to go up here to do this. Let's set up a... All right, and if I put the advanced locomotive stuff in here... I just want to see... if we can get these built, if we have everything we need for them or not. I think we probably need to request... Yeah, I was going to say we might need to request some of the, like, Mark II shafts and gearboxes and brakes, but it looks like enough of those got brought in from the old system. Yeah, small parts are being a pain. And sticks. Small parts are almost certainly still molten iron. And same with sticks, right? We're waiting for a molten iron delivery here. Because, yeah, molten iron, I think, around the whole base is struggling. Yeah, we're struggling. Just a little bit. And how is it doing as far as... Yeah, molten steel is getting closer to full. Coke is still... Okay, Coke is keeping up just fine now here. So this change to the station layout mostly worked, although we're having issues now with iron ore. That's not good. Oh, this is barely keeping up. Okay. And there's lots of trains, like, with this stop, so it is able to pull them through. What's the train limit set to here? Yeah, 3. Just can't use its feature. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought, Grim, as far as CyberSyn with trying to use the different sized. Which is why my plan was to just upgrade the locomotives and not the rail cars. Cool. Oh, nickel. Interesting. Do I not have nickel set up on... Rail cars. That's a good question. So at tier 2, you get advanced cargo wagons, which have the same number of slots as a regular wagon, but are half the size. And then at tier 3, they go up to storage size 80, which is effectively double. Yeah. So 2 of these wagons, right, in the same space, approximately. Yeah. Would be equivalent to doubling. And then here they double again. And then here I think they probably double again. Yeah, it remains at 80, but they're half size again. Tier 2 and Tier 4 are half size. So Tier 3, when I get Tier 3, is going to quadruple for me. And that will be the last set of rail cars that I get. I won't use the Tier 4 rail cars. I will use the Tier 4 trains. Although my assumption was that the locomotives are the same size and only the cars are half size at Tier 2 and Tier 3. Or Tier 2 and Tier 4. Yeah, okay. Locos are all the same size. Good. So I should be able to set up, if I so desired, advanced locomotives and just start drop and upgrade blueprints around the base, right? Like, that's... Not that it'll help a ton, but given how big this base is getting, any speed benefit is useful. Although the other thing with advanced locomotives is they need different fuels, don't they? Is that in here, maybe? Tier 2 is fuel canisters. Okay. Well, that's easy enough. I haven't needed to set them up yet, but, like... I'm sure the empty ones are what? Just plastic? Plastic and steel, okay. Tier 3 and 4 are types of batteries. Yeah, I think I knew that. So yeah, getting empty fuel canisters is fine. And then they recycle, which is great. I'm gonna have to figure out if I want to try to upgrade them, though. How am I gonna do the migration to new fuel at all of my depots, etc.? I could change the depots to put coal on one half of the belt and canisters on the other half. And then it could handle both types of trains. Although that doesn't handle getting the coal out of the trains when you try to upgrade them. I'll have to think about that some more. It's not urgent. I don't have that much of a demand. I just wanted to see, get one built and see what it does and what it looks like. Because I've been sitting on them sitting on the tech for them for a while. Science is paused again on automation science packs. Oh, it's small parts. Of course it's small parts. Everything is small parts because we don't have molten iron. Yeah. Okay, that's... yeah. That makes perfect sense. So pretty soon we should... yeah, once our molten steel finishes backing up, we're going to be making molten iron a lot faster. So... but I don't think there's a lot I can do to speed up this process other than wait. Like, this is already running 2 full belts of iron ore through as fast as it can. Until I get the next tech for iron and switch to using it, this is pretty much as good as it gets. What else can I be working on? The running oil at full power is waiting on me to have this oil industry machinery stage 2 tech. But what I can do, I suppose, is... well, here, let's get... let's get rid of those. Medium oil derricks allowed. What other dependencies do these have? I already allowed the DDC Mark II. All right, it's also going to need a small oil derrick as an input. And evaporator. All right, so that should get, as soon as I can, if I request this now, I think what'll happen is that we'll get latched into one of these machines. Maybe not. I think previously... oh, no, not in this iteration. Oh, yes, in this iteration. Yeah. This is latched. And this should be outputting that it's claimed that. I don't like seeing 2 on green, though. How did 2 of these manage to latch it? Don't like that. We can reset it, but... yeah, and it's not claiming it now. The struggle pre-splitters is rough. Yes, it is. I think I got rid of all the pre-splitter shenanigans around the base. There might still be somewhere in some of the earlier parts some inserters doing the job of splitters. What is this? Oh, I remember this. This is supposed to request... because I didn't have requester deposits yet. This is a buffer deposit is what it is. It requests all hash in the network that is not in itself. Which is just a wild thing to have tried to figure out with circuits. But apparently there's some random ash up here as this is taking things apart. And it's, wow, this is getting... It did the thing again. Surely this is a bug that I should Google. But every once in a while, like, Factorio will just, like, forget that I marked all these things for destruction. I don't know if there's a timer. I don't know if there's a maximum number of things that can be marked. I don't know what it is, but... bunch of stuff that should have been marked got unmarked. It's a timer? That is really obnoxious. I don't care that this is slow. I just want it done eventually. It is intentionally slow. It is in an area with few bots. I don't want to make a bunch of bots to make this faster. I mean, I can remark it every once in a while. It's fine, but... it's like 10 hours for ghosts to time out. Interesting. I did not... I don't know that I've ever managed to make a ghost timeout. Although now that I say that, I probably have in this base, and I just didn't even realize it. Where I, like, ghosted in the things necessary to expand a build later on. And then... wouldn't have noticed if those things were, Ooh, why are we blocked on high distillates? Because we're blocked on naphtha. And we're blocked on naphtha because we're really blocked on naphtha. All right. And that's because our only naphtha void is this? Oh, but that's probably not even set up to go to the naphtha void, is it? Yes, I gotta go fix that. Okay. Because I think ultimately... I think previously I had considered naphtha to be, like, the main product, quote-unquote, of oil processing, but it's really not anymore. The main products now are, like, the kerosene, the grease, things like that. So naphtha can be set up as a... as a voidable thing. BTX is voidable. Heavy oil's not. That's a main product. Petroleum gas is a fuel, but could also be voidable. Coke oven gas is already voidable. Tailings doesn't need to be marked as a void. Gasoline. Gasoline we don't even have as an output anymore, do we? Because we changed this. Yeah. Cool. Cumene is a main output, and then these are the heavy oil products. That's all fine. Cool. I don't know if I have a system for Coke being voided or not, but just in case. Yeah, 10,000. All right. Yeah, naphtha's getting pulled out now. At least a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, high distillates are still going to be the bottleneck. All right. How's iron? I'm kind of waiting on iron, unfortunately, for all the things that I want to do. All right, molten steel is nearly actually full. So we should start overflowing molten iron very soon. All right. And once that starts happening, hopefully we'll catch up on everything else. I think small parts and advanced small parts are going to be like kind of the bigger thing. So this is the mall, the bottom one here. Copper and iron has got to be small parts. Steel and iron is... What is this? Oh, stainless. Or a combination of stainless and advanced small parts kind of mashed together into one weird station. Okay. Yes. That is indeed what it is. That's fine. And then this one, this has got to be mech parts? Yeah, mech parts. And the top one... Oh, zinc plate. Okay. Sure. Because it has to make iron sticks. And I think previously it was bringing in iron plate to do that, and now it is not. Yep. Okay. That all makes sense. Oh, I can prod iron sticks. I should probably check which of the things at the mall I can prod, and prod the ones that make sense while I have some time to kill. Pretty sure most of these we can't. Yeah, none of these are really considered intermediate crafts, right? Maybe engine units? Engine units. And then down here... Yeah, not the plates, apparently. Not solder. But anything that uses the advanced castings, it looks like, are maybe the things we can prod. Yep. Cool. That'll save a little bit of molten metals. Nothing here is particularly throughput sensitive, right? It's not. All right, electronics Mark 1 are set up down here, I think. And they're blocked on high power resistors. Okay. Of course they are. And those are blocked on tin. And they're definitely not going to get tin, because I prioritized tin chromium alloy to keep... to keep crude oil running. So that's just going to be what it's going to be. I guess I could, in theory... take this one off priority now. We do have a bunch of tin chromium alloy. There's probably enough here so that we can start tin without things totally falling over. Maybe I'll let this get one more delivery of tin chromium alloy before I take the priorities off. Because, yeah, that's just a few hundred more before that gets a train delivery. Oh, whoops. I accidentally... Great. Nope, that's not what I meant to do. What is the... There we go. I remembered. It's shift right click with the deconstruction planner in your hand. The problem is if I go down here... Well, do I have a RoboPort in my inventory? I have one. Okay. If I turn my bots off, I can deliver that RoboPort by hand. I want to fix that gap. And I want to make sure that if there's any other ones that are marked for deconstruction, I unmark them. I will probably eventually want to tear down all the RoboPort coverage in that part of the base because it's not useful to me once the old mall is fully liquidated. But I don't want to do it preemptively. All right, let's double check that these are all not marked for deconstruction. They are not. Let's drop this RoboPort back in place. Good enough. Cool. And yeah, I might have to mark this stuff a few more times before the construction bots manage to tear it all down. I don't think there's really a way around that, unfortunately. Well, the way around it is to build a lot more construction bots. It's to build more trains to get stuff out of here faster. None of that is stuff that I want to do. So... slowly but surely, we will get, I guess what I could do to maybe make this work a little bit better is make this... Because I'm sure there's coke in the network as well. Yeah. And that way, anything... It'll just help keep the train topped off with other fuel options. as these bots deconstruct all of these storage chests. All right. I think one of the things that I do need to still do is get rails in the new mall. Train signals are in here, but oh, rail ramps and rail supports I need to put in the allow list, actually. Let's put them with the rest of the rail stuff. Rail ramps and rail supports. You can move them. Oh, do they just drag and drop? Oh, wow. Okay. Cool. Thank you. You can tell how much I worked with logistics system before I started doing Pi. So we should get rail ramps and rail supports out here somewhere. Yeah. Oh, but these need refined concrete. All right. And these ones probably too. Yeah. And we're also going to need refined concrete for rails themselves. So... And yeah, we don't have any rails in storage. Just waiting for small parts. All right. Oh, what's getting bolts? Oh, rail supports. Yep. All right. We should cast bolts just like we cast screws, right? I feel like that's a or just like we cast sticks, I mean. Bolts. Bolts. And bolts. Oh, it's a 2.0 edition? I mean, I wouldn't have known either way. And I'm an idiot, and that needs a gap. Does that have decent logi coverage still? Yeah. Yeah. I do need to extend logi coverage here probably, though. That's like right on the edge of what's useful. But yeah, we'll get sticks and bolts running. Hopefully. I love it. It's automatically making the casting unit. We have no small parts, so that's everything's going to get blocked on those. But other than that, it's great. I could definitely stand to have a few more construction bots, but really, they're only needed for doing remote upgrades to the mall, so it's probably fine. And yeah, this is still going to be waiting for molten iron, of course. Speaking of, molten steel is surely fully buffered. Yes. I mean, we do only make, like... Why are we not running? I don't like that we're not running. Oh! Well... Nope, that's wrong. Can I please... Factorial, why? Why are you like this? I can't attach the wire to the power pole because the tree is in the way. And the tree's hitbox is gigantic. Tree hitboxes are like the worst. They are definitely bigger than they feel like they should be a lot of the time. Like, yeah, look at that. This hitbox should be like half this height. That's my assertion. Now I can hook that up. Well, we're not going to run out of coke anytime soon. Fortunately, this does go through a lot of coke, so we'll get these trains emptied out soonish. Hey, molten iron going somewhere. That's good. Going to advanced small parts. Okay. Sure. I don't know if that's the highest priority, but... No, sorry, molten steel is going to advanced small parts. Molten iron is going to the mall. Okay. Really, I want molten iron going to, regular small parts. I'm not using the speed up mod basically ever.
Space!
Prairie Wind, thank you for the follow. I use it so that I can, like, lock it to daytime to take screenshots for thumbnails, and that's about all that I use it for. The speed is really just... It might be the asphalt tiles are, I mean, a pretty high speed multiplier on top of the two legs. But yeah, I'm not using it for any normal gameplay, the speed up mod. Well, that doesn't line up. Is that on this column? There we go. Oh, no, wait. It did line up. I'm just an idiot. There we go. Thank you. Thanks again for the follow, Prairie Wind. And if there's anyone who thinks they should be up there but isn't, if I missed a notification or if you followed when I was offline or anything else, always feel free to let me know. I can fix that. Sometimes I miss notifications. Sometimes Twitch just doesn't notify me. I don't know if it's an anti-spam thing or what, but... Alright, iron is, I mean, still running, still going slowly. If that delivery came up here, though, in theory we should have... Yeah, we got sticks, we got bolts. We can set this to like 4,000. That would be 20 stacks. Sticks, I think, are fine at 3,000. Cool. But that should get a bunch of stuff that's been blocked, unblocked. We should have... Yeah, sticks for tanks now. Sticks for train stations. So the things that are left are... What are we waiting on here? Refined concrete, of course. And probably also same here, refined concrete and rails. Yeah. And rails themselves are also going to need refined concrete, if I recall correctly. Yeah, I was looking at this recipe, especially now that we're casting bolts. Refined concrete, steel plate, solder. Spits out a ton of rail. So we'll want to set that up, I think, as a fixed recipe. You know, just like these other ones here on this portion of the mall. And then we'll have to belt up solder. We'll have to belt up bolts. That's not too much of a problem. I'm surprised I haven't had to belt solder up yet, but all right. And then we need to get a refined concrete build going. And that, I think, needs to go on the to-do list. Because that's probably a complex enough thing that I just want to make it its own build off on rails somewhere rather than part of the mall. In theory, we could also start to get the fun colored concrete once we have that. But, yeah. Hazard concrete. Gas furnaces apparently use it. Not that I use those very often. Nextlit power poles. I should really... I should research these. And maybe switch over to them instead of medium power poles as like my default. I'm not sure. Nextlit still feels kind of expensive. And then all the colored concrete. And then fusion reactor, okay. Tier 2 neutron absorbers. So we're going to need refined concrete in a bunch of stuff eventually. So yeah, it does seem worth setting up a proper refined... Oh, I know how big the Nextlit power poles are. Just Nextlit is, or was, until recently expensive. I only did this Nextlit build a couple weeks ago. I say a couple weeks ago. It was probably a couple months ago now, but yeah, that's definitely a oh, actually, instead of requesting Nextlit plates here, maybe we should cast them locally. I didn't even think about that would be a thing to do. It's easy enough to change that over. It's mostly about train traffic reduction, casting things here. Like, it's not like we're going to need that many Nextlit plates. But if, like, one delivery of molten Nextlit can run the mall for 100 hours, then I'm happy with that. That's one less train that has to do other things. What's missing? Oh, you don't have your module. because the bots don't have access to those. What would it take if I allow list the modules? Then one of these guys should start trying to make these. Yeah, okay. A bunch of the Mark II stuff, which we're not currently shipping up here, but I definitely can set up. But a lot of those things may not quite be ready to ship full deliveries yet. Close. Some of them are very close, but not quite there. I mean, this is running at least, so it should get there. This is not running because advanced small parts. Okay, that'll catch up. This is not running because probably tier 1 gearboxes. Yeah. And tier 1 gearboxes are blocked on antimony, which is ultimately blocked on silver, and silver is next on my list after tin. I'm trying to dig myself out of this hole. Do we want to grab iron processing 3 as well and just get that upgraded? Is that a... I mean, I did build Xylenol. This needs RMAC 12D, which is lead, oleochemicals, and ammonia. Yeah. I think I'm going to have to... I noticed something else. Maybe it was in the silver recipe. Somewhere in silver or the lead processing also needed, yeah, oleochemicals. So we're probably going to have to look at expanding AUGs more, which I really don't want to do, but... Oh, actually... No, that can't be right. I refuse to believe that we're not killing these guys as fast as we can make them. I mean... Yeah... And then... So why are we backed up on them? If we can do... How many of these machines do we have? 15... 22... Times... What? 1 per 30 seconds. All right. 22 30ths of an AUG per second? Sure. And each of these makes 2 to 4 in 160. But it's double. So 2 to 4 in 800. 1 second. I have rate calculator. Stop doing this by hand. So this makes 0.75 AUGs a second. Okay. Down here, we can potentially use them at... What? 0.733. Okay. So yes, we do make them slightly faster than we consume them? And it's just finally had enough time to fully back up the whole thing? at 0.02 a second. I believe that. That's something that would happen. All right. But yeah, our lard and our brains are definitely still not coming out fast enough. So if we're going to need a bunch more oleochemicals, we're going to have to grow ogs. I wasn't expecting this, like, chest to be full, because I thought we were pretty much killing them as fast as we could. I guess I could make one more down here, but I think that would overflow this output belt. So we're not going to do that. We do have red belts now, though, so that makes getting all the output out of this many machines a little bit less annoying. We can maybe go up to double our AUG throughput, since we can push red belts through this part where everything's super high bandwidth. That is something to consider. How are we doing on iron? Probably just did another delivery. Maybe not. Sitting at 6,000. Yeah, it looks like most things have gotten at least one delivery now, so everything should be running. Yeah, cool. It's going to be a little while, I think, before we catch up on small parts. Like, I imagine if I look at this, I'm going to get pretty sad pretty quickly. Maybe not. Okay. Everything's got it except for... I think this is the mall. So that's fine. And then, well, vitrolloy is almost certainly antimony, which again is silver. All right, I'm going to wrap up here for the evening. Thanks very much, everyone who tuned in. I really appreciate it. We will be back on Thursday with more pie. And I think, well, we gotta keep trying to figure out what our bottlenecks are and unbottleneck things, I think is really the situation. I do want to work on refined concrete for the mall, and maybe that's something we can do sort of while other things are kind of fixing themselves, now that I think iron is running consistently again. And while we're waiting for research. But there's always something broken, so I'll find something to work on. All right. Yeah, I'll see everybody next time. Thanks again, and everyone have a good evening.